Hi friends, today we are gonna build a complete e-commerce application using the microservices architecture. We'll create 5 different backend services, each one running independently, but able to communicate with each other seamlessly. Unlike many other tutorials that show a blocking data flow and end up with a slow user experience, we'll build a real-time, event-driven system just like large-scale e-commerce applications use. And just like in these applications, we won't be storing everything into a single database. Instead, each service will have its own framework and database. This way, even if one of the services goes down for a moment, the rest of the application will continue to work without interruption. Let me show you what the final result looks like. Here is the client application. We'll fetch all the products from a Postgres database. We can change the category, and we can also change the product size and the color for a quick purchase. On the product list page, again, we can switch categories and sort them by the date or the price. We can also use this search bar to quickly find items. Let's take a look at a single product page. Here we can select the size, choose a color, and adjust the quantity. Let's add it to cart and complete the purchase. We have all the products and the total price. Let's continue. In the shipping form component, we'll validate the inputs using React hook form. I'll enter the shipping information. And after that, we can add the payment details and complete the checkout process. Once the payment is processed, the user will see the payment status on the screen. At the same time, we'll send an email to the user showing the order details. If I click here, I can see all my previous orders. And now, let's switch over to the admin panel. To access this dashboard, the user role should be admin. On the home page, we'll display a chart that shows the previous transactions. Here are the latest orders and popular products. On the list pages, we'll use server components to fetch data. We can use the pagination, we can select the table rows, and we can delete the items. If I click on an action button and open the user details page, we can see all the user information and we can edit them. We also have the product list and the order list. I can create a new user, category, and a product. Let's create one. I'll add the product details, select a category, and the options. And for each selected color, we need to upload an image. I'll submit, and our new product is available in the panel and in the store. By the end of this project, you'll have a clear understanding of how to build a microservices architecture inside a monorepo, and you'll see how easy it is to share packages, types, and configurations across different services in the same repository. So if you are ready, let's get started. Okay, if you created a new folder, let's start creating the services. In the previous tutorial, we designed our application and the admin panel, but also we are gonna create the backend services like products, orders, payments, and the authentication service. In this tutorial, we'll create all our applications and services inside a single repository, also known as a monorepo. This has been one of the most requested topics. I've seen a lot of comments from you asking for monorepo, so here we are. But before starting, let's talk about what a monorepo is and why we are using it. A monorepo is a single code repository that contains the source code for multiple projects, services, or packages. So instead of having separate repositories for each project, like e-commerce client, admin client, backend, or other backend services, we'll keep everything inside a single repo. That way, we can easily share things like types, utilities, maybe even UI components, or whatever else we might need. If you look at the biggest companies and their products, you'll see that most of them use a monorepo. Companies like Google, Facebook, Microsoft, Airbnb, and many more. You can also find plenty of open source projects on GitHub like PHP Laravel or React Next.js. Let's take a look at this repository. There is a packages folder here, and we can see all the packages the Next.js framework uses. But there is a big challenge with using a monorepo, because as your workspace grows, testing and building the whole project can start taking a really long time. Because every time you make a change and redeploy your project, it ends up rebuilding everything from scratch. To prevent this, we need a tool that can cache builds and check dependencies before the next deployment. So if you change one package, it will check whether this package affects the other packages or any applications, and if not, it will just use the cached versions. There are many open source options, but the most popular ones are NX and Turborepo, and I think using Turborepo is much easier, so that's what we are going to be using during this tutorial. Next.js also uses Turborepo, which makes sense because Vercel is the maintainer of Turborepo. So let's not waste any more time and let's install Turborepo, and then I'll show you how it works. Let's get started and open installation. You can use any package manager you want, like yarn, npm, bun, but I prefer using pnpm. So let's copy this code, open our terminal, and paste here. And this command is gonna install Turborepo with 2 example projects. I'm gonna enter. I will install it here. I'm gonna be using pnpm. And it's ready. In a Turborepo project, we have 2 main folders, the applications and the packages. In the applications folder, we'll keep all our applications like e-commerce client, admin dashboard, and all the backend services. And in the packages folder, we'll store the shared tools like types, utilities, and some configurations. And in this example, we have 2 applications, the web application, the homepage of the project, and documentations. They are Next.js applications, but you can use any framework you want. And in this project, we'll be using different frameworks. And these 2 applications share these packages. For example, in the UI package, there are some common React components like button, cart, and code. And if you define a component in the packages folder, you can use it across your applications. Let's check. I will open the home page here. As you can see, there is a button component, and that comes from our repository, UI folder, and button. We can directly import them just like that. You don't have to make any other configuration. If you check the documentation and the home page, and again, the button is here. Let's run our application. I'm gonna make this bigger. If you want to, you can open 2 terminals, and for each application, you can write pnpm run dev, but also you can run them using Turbo. To do that, we are gonna install Turbo first. Pnpm add Turbo. You can also install this in your repository without global. As you can see, there's a warning here because we are trying to install this library inside the root folder. And most of the time, we install libraries for the applications or packages, and it just wants to make sure that we want to install this in the root folder. So I'm gonna be using vflag, And now we can use the turbo command. If I say turbo dev and enter, it's gonna run all our applications, the documentation and the web application. And you can switch between your applications by using the up and the down arrow keys on your keyboard. And as you realize, it says tasks here and our application names, and next to them, the task name, which is dev. If you open your turbo.json file in your root folder, you can see all the tasks you can use with Turbo. For example, we can build all our applications and libraries, we can check the types, we can check the lint rules, and we can run them in development mode. This is how we used here Turbo Dev. Basically, when you run this task, Turborepo goes through all the packages and applications and looks for the command in their package.json files. For example, in the UI package, as you can see, there is no dev script, and the same thing goes for the other packages, but for the applications, we have the dev command, and it basically runs our Next.js application. And the same thing for the documentation. And this is why we see here two applications. But if you run different tasks, like check types, let's see what is gonna happen. I'm just gonna terminate this one, and I will say turbo and check types. I'm gonna enter, and as you can see, there were 3 tasks, and they are successful. So when we run this command, it checks our UI package. There is the script here, and it's gonna basically check the types. We don't have this script for other packages. As you can see, there is no script. There is no script. So it's gonna run this command for only the UI package, the web application, and the documentation application. This is how Turborepo works. Let's see what else do we have. We can use lint. I'll say turbo lint, and again 3 applications, and all of them are successful. We can also build our applications using this task, but what is depends on? It basically allows you to run certain tasks before running the actual task. And if you use this sign, that means before running this task in the current package, make sure that same task has already run in the dependencies. What I mean by that? For example, since our documentation and the web application depends on this UI component, this UI package, before building our applications, it's gonna build this package first, because our applications depend on this package. And the same thing here. Before checking types on our applications, it's gonna check the types of this UI component and after the applications. For the dev task, we are using cache and persistent because by default, Turborepo caches everything. If there are no changes in a package, it just uses the cached versions. But in development, we need to hot reload our applications, so we don't want them to be cached. For example, for the lint, we are using cache. So if I write turbo lint again, and if I enter, it's just gonna take a second. Because we are actually using the cached versions, because we didn't make any changes. This is why Turborepo is so fast. So what about inputs and outputs? The inputs are the things that affect the result of a task. So if any input changes, Turborepo knows that the task must rerun. This turbo default basically includes our package.json and the files inside the source folder. But also you can add additional things like env files. If you change any environment variable, it's gonna rebuild the application or the package. And outputs tell Turbo what can be cached and reused later. Cache everything inside the .next folder, but exclude this temporary cache folder. Don't worry about here. This is specific to Next.js applications. And what this UI means, it's basically the UI of our terminal here. If you remember, when we run our applications, it shows this interactive UI. We can switch between our applications and we can use all these shortcuts. But if I remove this, save and run them again, as you can see, there is no interactivity anymore, but we can see all our applications in a single tab. Okay, I think that's enough to get started with Turborepo, but if you want me to create a comprehensive tutorial on Turborepo, just let me know in the comments, so we can deep dive into all the details. Okay, right now, instead of these example applications and packages, we'll use our own applications. But let's keep these examples for now, because we might need to know some other things about Turborepo, and after that we can get rid of them. Right now, inside the applications, I'm gonna install my e-commerce application and the admin dashboard that we designed in the previous tutorial. So let's open our repository. If you remember, we have the starter branch and the completed branch. And this includes our client application and the admin dashboard. So let's install this branch. I'm gonna copy this. I'll open my apps folder. Let's clear here. And I'll say git clone. We are gonna be using a single branch. And the branch name is completed. And I'm gonna paste my GitHub repository. Press enter. And our repository is here. Of course, they should be inside the application. So let's choose them and move them into applications. So I can get rid of this folder. Okay, now we can use the shared packages in our applications. But before, let's change the package names of our applications. For the client, I'll say just client application. And for the admin panel, it was Shatsian because we took this from the Shatsian tutorial, and I'm gonna change it to admin. We can give here any port number. It's gonna run on port number 3003. Of course, double dash here. And I will do the same thing for the client application. You don't have to do this, but I'm also running my example project, so I don't want to see any conflict. Okay, we already have the lint here. We can also add different tasks like check types. It was type check or check types. Let's see. Okay, check types. Let's write our code that's gonna check our TypeScript code. No emit. And I will do the same thing for the other one. I'm gonna save. And now, instead of default ESLint and TypeScript configuration, I want to use our shared packages. As you can see, we have the ESLint configuration and TypeScript configuration. For the Next.js applications, we can use this Next.js configuration. For the other applications, we can use this base.json. And again, for the ESLint configuration, we can use this configuration. So what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna delete this ESLint configuration and ESLint config Next.js and this ESLint. We are gonna be using this package. It already includes everything we need. So when we import this package, it's gonna automatically include all the libraries. But how we are gonna be using a package? It's really easy. I'm just gonna write the package name, repo, ESLint config, and here is gonna be our workspace. Just like that. This is our Turborepo. And we are choosing this package. That comes from this package name. I can do the same thing for the TypeScript configuration. Let's see the name. I'm just gonna copy here, create one more, and change here. I'm using them inside the dev dependencies because we are checking the types. And now we can change our ESLint configuration here. Actually, I'm gonna get rid of this and this. And we can use the files in our examples. For example, for the documentation, it uses this esconfig.js. As you can see, that comes from our repository, ESLint config package, and the Next.js file. We'll do exactly the same thing. And for the tsconfig, again, we are going to be using our package. So let's copy them and paste inside client. And I will do the same thing for the admin folder. I'm going to get rid of them and paste my files. And of course, in the package, I'm gonna get rid of ESLint and these rules. And I'm gonna import my packages as we did for the client application. Here. Let's copy them and paste here. Okay. So let's install our dependencies. But before doing that, I want to get rid of this log file. I don't want to see any conflict because we are using Turborepo right now. So I will say cd client pnpm install. I will do the same thing for the admin. pnpm install. And now we can run our applications. I will say turbo and dev. Of course, I made a mistake because I ran this command in the admin folder. So I will get back the root folder and turbo dev. And our applications are working. Let's check the types. I will terminate turbo check types. As you can see, we have some problems here. If you remember, in our applications, we are using some types inside the source folder, and we have some types here. And in this tutorial, we are not going to be using these types. Instead, we are going to create the types package, and we are going to fetch our types from that package. But for now, to see everything works perfectly, let's fix these problems. Firstly, I'm going to open this card page. Okay, now I understand why do we have that many problems, because there's a conflict here. For our project, we are using this path name to reach our source folder, but in the example projects, let's close them and open this documentation, for example. And as you can see, there is no source folder. And when we use this configuration, it causes a problem. To prevent this, we can take back our previous configuration inside client and tsconfig. I'm going to turn back to my previous configuration, and here I'm going to also be using my package configuration using extends. And right now I can use my repo TypeScript config Next.js.json. I will do the same thing for my admin configuration. Just like that. And now let's check again. If I scroll up, right now we have just a couple of problems. If you check the card page again, as you can see, there is no problem anymore. We can import our components. But on this line, as you can see, there's a problem because here can be undefined. Let's see our types here. Close this sidebar and our terminal. And remember, we are using here a record that includes the color name and the color image URL, but we have to make sure that it exists. I'm gonna put here a question mark, and if it doesn't exist, just use an empty string. Or if you have any image for that, just like noimage.png, you can use that, but for now it can stay like that. Do we have any other problem here? Okay, I'm gonna save, open my console. What else? In the products ID page, here, we have exactly the same problem. I'm gonna fix this. And here we have a problem. It uses the version 3, but we are using version 4. Let's check our package.json. Okay, version 4. Oh, what's that? How it even happened? It's gonna be version 4, but it doesn't cause the problem. The problem is that version 4 is not using email anymore. Here is gonna be a string. If you want to, you can add here regex. So we are gonna make sure that it's an email. Let's write here a message. Invalid email format. Let's, by the way, take care of this one. I'm gonna open my console, cd apps client, pnpm install. Okay, let's get back and run turbo check types again. Okay, there is something wrong with the payment form. I'll say as any. I'll do the same thing for the shipping form. And in the product cart, we have a problem here. Let's see our cart item type here. Selected size is string, but in the product type, size can be undefined because remember, we are using here a string array and this array can be empty. To prevent this, I will make sure that it includes at least one string inside. So we are gonna have at least one string and we can add more. I will do the same thing for the colors. And there is no problem. Let's see again. In the same component, we have the same problem. Let's fix this quickly. As I said, these errors are not important because we are not going to be using these types. But anyway, let's fix them. I'll open cart store. It says it's possibly undefined, but we are sure that it exists. And now we don't have any problem on the client side. But for the admin panel, we have here the same problem. Let's fix this. Products and columns. And here can be undefined. Let's fix this like that. Let's see. Okay, we don't have any problem right now. I just fixed them quickly because later, when we install our database, we are going to be using different types. After that, we are going to update them again. For now, they can stay like that. I'm going to close everything. And now you know how to use Turborepo. Right now we can get rid of the other applications. Let's close here, and I'm gonna delete the documents and web. And also we don't need the UI package anymore. We don't have any common component. And right now we can create our first service. And it's gonna be the product service. And for this project, we'll not create a single backend solution. Instead, each service can use a different framework. If you look at the biggest companies that uses microservices, you'll notice they use different languages and frameworks for different services because each language and framework has its strengths for specific tasks. Of course, I teach only JavaScript on this channel, but we can use different frameworks. And for this service, let's start with Express.js, and we will decide on the other services later. I will open my application. There's a typo here. And I will say pm init. And it's going to create package.json. Here is going to be source folder index.ts. And we are also going to be using type modules, so we can use import and export. And you can give any description, you can change the version. And let's install Express. pm add Express. You can directly install it like that, but I recommend you use the same versions. So if you watch this tutorial later, you are not going to have any problem. So we are going to be using 5.0.3. Okay, let's create our index file inside the source directory, index.ts. Import Express from Express. As you can see, there's a warning here because we are using TypeScript, so we should also use the types. So I will say pm add. In the development dependencies, we are going to install types express. And again, let me show you the version. It's going to be exactly the same version. And let's create our app. Const app is going to be the express function. And we can listen a port number to run our application. App.listen. Let's say 8000. And I'm going to write a callback function. And let's console log product service is running. And let's run our application. We don't need test. Let's make this dev. pm dlx. We are going to run TypeScript, and it's going to run our index.ts file. And also, we are going to need hot reload, so I'm going to be using watch. So when we make any changes, it's going to automatically rerun our application. And also, if you have any env file, you can add it here. So you are not going to need .env or any other package to run your application in the dev mode. So I will say env file is going to be .env. Let's create. I'm going to save inside the product service .env. Later we are going to store our variables, but for now it can stay empty. And also we can add another task, and it's going to be check types. And I will do exactly the same thing here. It's going to check the types. So let's add here our common configuration, TypeScript configuration. Remember how we are adding our packages. I will say repo, TypeScript config. And here is going to be our workspace. I'm gonna save and let's install pm install. We can also install course, pm add course. Basically, when we create our API endpoints, we'll be able to make requests from everywhere. To prevent this, we are going to be using course, app.use course, and we are going to allow our front-end applications. Remember, we are running our applications on localhost 3003 and 2. Just like that. And I will say credentials true. Let's import course. And again, there is a warning because we don't have the types. Let's install pm add development and types course. Okay, there is no problem. I'm gonna save and let's check the types. But before, of course, we are gonna need our configuration file inside the product service. I will say tsconfig. Since we installed our dependency here, our package, we can use the configuration. Remember, inside the package, we have the base JSON. Let's use it. I will just say extends repo TypeScript config base.json. Okay, let's check pm check types, or you can go to the root folder and run turbo. Okay, there is no problem. Let's actually do that also. Okay, right now we have 3 applications and they are successful. Let's run our applications. Our client app, admin, and there is a problem in our application. And of course, it's going to be the source folder. Let's run it again. And product service is running on port number 8000. Okay, it works. So let's create the other services. I'm gonna close them. And inside the apps folder, let's create one more, and it's gonna be order service. Let's open a new terminal actually. cd apps and order service. Again, I'm gonna initialize my Node.js application. I'm gonna change here. And again, type will be module. I'm gonna quickly write here, check types. And let's add our tsconfig package here. So I will say dev dependencies, repo TypeScript config, and the workspace. I'm gonna save and let's install pm install. And for this application, let's use something different. So we are gonna be using another popular JavaScript framework, and it's gonna be Fastify. pm add Fastify. And again, let me give you the exact version, 5.5.0. Okay, let's create our main file, the source folder, index.ts. Let's import Fastify and create our application. Fastify from Fastify. Let's create our instance using Fastify. Const Fastify or application and the Fastify function. I'm going to create here a start function, const start async. Actually, let me open the documentation. Getting started, and I'm gonna zoom in. We already created our Fastify instance. As you can see, you can run your service using the listen method, but also if you use async await, you can create a start function. And inside we are going to create a try catch, and we will listen this port number. If there is something wrong, we are going to exit. Let's do that. I'm just going to paste my code. And the port number will be, the previous one was 8000 and it can be 8001. And if everything is okay, we can console log. For the consistency, I will write exactly the same message. What we said here. Product service is running on this port, and here is going to be order service is running on this port. I'm going to save. And we cannot directly run our application without TypeScript. We could do this because we used Express types. But for this application, we are going to need TypeScript and types node. So I will say pnpm add dev dependencies, TypeScript, types node, and tsx. Let's open our package and create here a script. And it's going to be dev. And we are going to run tsx. Again, we can give our env file here. .env. Let's create quickly. Just like that. And again, we are going to watch our index file. Don't forget writing here source index.ts. And again, we are going to be using exactly the same configuration. I'm just going to copy this file and paste inside the order service. We are going to be using the base JSON. Okay, I hope everything is alright. Let's terminate this turbo script and run it again. And this time, order service is running. Client application, the admin application, and the product service. They all are running. Okay, I'm going to create one more service here. Inside the applications, I will say payment service. Let's do the same things quickly. Firstly, I'm going to get this tsconfig, paste it here. I'll also create my env file. Let's close everything here and open our payment service. Let's initialize our application. I'm going to change here quickly. We don't need this, but anyway. And the type will be module. But actually, I think we don't need to do that because for this service, we are going to be using Hono. Let's get started. And as you can see, we can directly create our Hono application using this command. Let's choose pnpm. I will copy. And if I run this command, it's going to generate a package.json and ts configuration. So we can get rid of them actually. And let's run. And we have many options here. You can run Hono pretty much with everything. Best way to use Hono is using Cloudflare. It's the fastest and most optimal way to run Hono applications. Maybe I can create a full stack application using Cloudflare and Hono in the future, but for this application, let's use Node.js. I will say yes. Let's install dependencies also. We are going to be using pnpm. And as you can see, our application is ready to run. Let's change here. It's going to be 8002. And let's write exactly the same message here. Payment service is running on port number 8002. And if you want to, again, you can create a start function. Let's do that. Const start. It's going to be an async function. I'm going to be using try catch. listen my application here, and if there is any error, we are gonna console log and exit. I'm doing this because later, when we start our applications, we will also connect to databases and the Kafka server, so we can directly write them inside this start function. Let's run this here. Let's check the package.json. Okay, it already uses type modules, and it installed all the dependencies here, so we don't have to install them one by one. But I also want to add here my env file, and it's gonna be .env. I'm gonna save, and right now we can add check types. Of course, we need a comma here, and let's install our package. Repo TypeScript config, and the workspace. And inside the config file, we are going to be using our base file. So let's get rid of them. And I will say extends repo TypeScript config and the base file. I'm going to save, and let's install our package. There is a problem because we didn't install this yet. Let's install pnpm install. Okay, still. Let's open again. Let's try. Okay, there is no problem, but it shows this warning. I'm just gonna restart my VS Code. And as you can see, there is no problem. Okay. Let's run our applications. Okay, our payment service failed. Of course, it should be a flag. Let's run it again. And perfect. Product service, order service, and the payment service. Okay, these are our main applications. Later, we are going to add more services like Authentication service. But before, let's test our endpoints. For the product service, I'm going to create here a test endpoint. I will say app.get. When we make a request to this path, we are going to send a response. I'm going to get the request from the client. We are going to return a response. And I will say response.json product endpoint works. Let's use our types here. It's going to be request, and here is going to be response, and they come from Express. So let's write it here. And as you can see, when you make any changes, you can directly see the logs here. It runs only product service because we only make change on this service. Okay, let's do the same thing for the others. Order service. I'll say Fastify.get. Again, we are going to be using this path, and we are going to get request and reply. If you are using Fastify, it's not response, it's going to be reply. And I will say return reply dot send, and we can send any message here. Order endpoint works. And finally, for the payment service, I'm going to open my index file, and here, okay, we already have the example here. This is how we are creating an endpoint. And let's say payment endpoint works. I'm going to save, and let's test those endpoints. To do that, we need to use an API client. The most popular option is Postman, but it's too heavy. It consumes a lot of resources, and it doesn't allow you to create a local workspace. You have to create an account. So I recently switched to Requestly. It's for free and open source. It's really lightweight. You can just open and directly start making requests. Just like that. If you don't have the application, just go to requestly.com and download it for free. You can also use the browser extension and start testing your APIs without leaving the browser. Okay, let's create some collections here. I'm gonna delete this. And for each API, I'm gonna create a new collection. Let's say product service. Another one, order service, and payment service. Now we can make a request. But instead of writing the same URL again and again, we can create variables. For the product service, I will say product service URL, paste it here, and I will do the same thing for the others. It's gonna be 8001. And for the payment service, so right now we can use our URL just like that. I'm gonna choose product service URL and this path. Let's send. Okay, perfect. Let's do the same thing for the order. And the payment service. Okay, actually we can make a basic health check. So let's change here. We are gonna return a JSON object. Let's say status. Okay. We can return uptime and timestamp. Let's do the same thing for the others. For the product service, response.json. I'm gonna change the endpoint. Let's say status to 100. And for the order service, reply status to 100 and send this object. Let's try right now. For the product service, payment service, and the order service. Okay, perfect. So if you deploy your application, you can check the uptime and the status of your service. Right now we can create our routes and make the CRUD operations and test them here. But there is something important here. If we directly create the endpoints, everybody can make a request, but we want our users to be authenticated first. For example, if I create here a new endpoint, and for example, if we want to fetch the user orders, we have to get the user ID first. And the user should see only their own orders. Or if we create a pay endpoint and make the actual payment, again, the user should be authenticated. But the authentication is the most confusing and critical part of this kind of applications, because we have 5 different applications and we have to make sure that authentication is secure and it's synchronized across all our applications. So we have to deal with the sessions, tokens, security, email verification. We have to refresh the tokens. We have to handle user roles. And most importantly, we need a centralized memory storage, so all apps can share the same information. To handle this, we are going to be using Clerk for the authentication. It works in almost any environment, and it's really easy to share the tokens between different applications. It also gives 10,000 monthly active users for free, so we don't have to pay anything. If a user doesn't log in during a month, they are not counted as active. That means we can have more users than that limit. So how are we gonna implement the authentication? If you don't have an account, just use the link in the description and create your account. After that, go to your dashboard and create an application. These are our previous applications. I'm gonna create a new one. Let's say e-commerce. Users can register with email, username, and you can choose any other provider here, like Google account, Apple, and let's create our application. I'm gonna zoom in. For the e-commerce client and the admin dashboard, we are gonna be using Clerk Next.js, but we can also use it for our services. Let's start with our client applications. We are using PnPm. Let's copy this. Close all these services. And I'm gonna open client. And here. And let's install our library. After that, we are gonna write our secret and public keys inside the env file. I'm gonna copy. Create an env file. And paste my keys. After that, we are going to create a middleware. It basically allows us to protect our routes. So if a user is not authenticated, they shouldn't see the cart page or orders page. So we are going to protect them in the middleware. In the source folder, middleware.ts, I'm gonna paste my code. Later, we are gonna protect our routes, but for now, it can stay like that. And we are gonna wrap our entire application with the Clerk provider. So I'm gonna open my layout inside the app folder here. I'm gonna come here. I'm gonna import it from Clerk Next.js and wrap my HTML code. So we can use Clerk everywhere inside our application. Let's see what else. As you can see, we can use these Clerk components. If the user is not authenticated, we can show this sign up URL. If they are authenticated, we can use this user button. Let's do that. I'm gonna copy this, open my navbar, inside the components and navbar. Remember, we are just showing this link. Right now we can use our components. Let's import them quickly. They all come from Clerk Next.js. Signed out, sign in button, sign up button. If the user is signed in, we are going to show this button. Let's see our application. As you can see, our button is here, but let's change this. I want to just see this sign in button. So let's get rid of this. Okay. Right now, when I click this button, it's gonna open our sign in page. Let's see how to implement this. I'm gonna scroll down. Let's open the documentation. And right now, we are going to create our sign-in page. Inside the app directory, we are going to create those folders and this file. And Clerk is going to handle everything for us. We are just going to call this component. Let's create our page. In the app folder, create a file. And inside, let's call this component. After that, we can do the same thing for the sign up page. But before, let's add these environment variables. Basically, we are gonna tell Clerk that this is our sign-in page, and after the successful sign-in, we are gonna redirect users to this URL, which is our home page. Let's open our env file and paste our variables. I can do the same thing for the sign up page. Just like that. And let's create our sign up page. It's exactly the same. We'll create our route. And inside the sign up component. Let's see. I'm gonna click here. And as you can see, the sign in page. If I click this link, it's gonna open the sign up page. But let's center our items. I wanna see this component centered. So let's create here a div. Wrap our component. And give a class name. I'll say flags, item center, justify center. And also I can give a space here. Just like that. Let's do the same thing for the other one, for the sign in page. Okay, by the way, you don't have to use this component. You can create your own custom page. To do that, you can open the documentation and search for clerk elements. It basically allows you to create your own components, own inputs, own buttons, so you can customize it as you want. But let's not waste time and use this layout. I'm gonna create a new account. I'm gonna choose my Google account. As you can see, there's also the human verification. I will choose a username. Actually, for an e-commerce application, we don't need a username, but anyway, it can stay. If you want to, you can go your clerk dashboard and disable the username. And as you can see, our user button is here. We can see our information. We can sign out and we can manage our account. Update the username, email address, the avatar. And again, you can customize your profile page or this menu. You can create a menu from scratch, but I just want to add here one more link and it's gonna be our orders page. To do that, I'm gonna open my navbar again. If you remember, this is a server component, but to create a new menu item, we need to use a client component. So let's create here profile button. I'm gonna create my component. It's gonna be a client component. And here I'm gonna call my user button from clerk. Let's delete this class name. And inside, user bot. It's gonna be user button. And inside, I'm gonna create user button menu items. And finally, user button action. We can give a title using a label. Let's say see orders. We can add here any icon using label icon. So I'm gonna be using shopping bag from Lucid React. Remember, when we designed our application in the previous tutorial, we used Lucid React. And finally, I'm gonna write my action using onClick. When we click this item, we are gonna be redirected to the order page. To do that, we are gonna be using useRouter hook. Router, useRouter. That comes from Next navigation. Let's say router.push. And the orders page. Right now, instead of user button, we can use this component. I'm gonna delete here and paste my component. I'm gonna import and let's see. I'm gonna click and as you can see, our button is here, but this icon is too big. So I'm gonna give a class name. and reduce my size. Just like that. If I click, it will open the orders page. Of course, I forgot creating the orders page in the previous tutorial, so let's create this page quickly. I'll say orders page.tsx. I'm gonna create my component, orders page, and it's here. Later, when we fetch orders from the database, we are gonna take care of here, but for now, it can stay like that. Right now, we have the user on the client, so when we make a request to the backend services, we can send the user token and we can verify the user on the backend. Let's see how we are gonna do this. I'm gonna open my documentation again. And right now, I'm gonna choose Express.js. If you scroll down, you can see all the options. As you can see, Fastify is here. We can use different languages. And we can also use Hono. So we have everything we need. Let's start with the Express server. I'm gonna click here. I'm gonna choose pnpm, and let's add this library. Right now I can close everything and open the product service. cd product service. I'm gonna install my library. Let's close this client and open the product service and the index file. Right now I'm gonna create one more endpoint here. app.get, let's say test, request and response. And I'm gonna return a response, let's say JSON. Message will be product service authenticated. So let's see how to use Clerk. Again, we are gonna be using our API keys. Let's copy this, open our env file, and paste it inside. It says install.env, but remember, we already use our env file here. So for the development mode, we don't need that. And after that, we are gonna import Clerk middleware and use it just like that. After this course, let's say app, use and Clerk middleware. And now we can see our authenticated user inside this endpoint. Let's see. If you want to protect your routes, you can use this middleware and it's gonna redirect users to the sign-in page. But remember, this is just a backend API. So instead of this, we are gonna be using getAuth function. Let's see the next step. And as you can see, there's a warning here. Do not use this middleware for the API routes. Instead, we are gonna be using this function. Let's see the example. I'm gonna scroll down. We are gonna pass our request here and we'll be able to get all the user information. Let's try. I'm gonna paste it here and import from Clerk Express, and let's see what we have inside. To test this endpoint, let's create a test page on our client application. So we are gonna make a request to this endpoint and get the response. In the application, let's say test page.tsx. I'm gonna create the component quickly. It's gonna be an async function because we are gonna fetch the data. So let's say response await fetch, and let's write our endpoint here. Localhost 8000 and the test endpoint. I'll say data await response.json, and let's console log. I'll open my test page and my console. As you can see, product service authenticated, but it's actually not because we didn't return here any error message. But before doing that, let's check what's inside the console log. I'm gonna close this menu. And as you can see, we have the user ID, which is null because we didn't send any information, and is authenticated is false. So let's use this user ID here. I'll say const user ID equals auth.user ID. And I'm gonna write here a condition. If user ID doesn't exist, we are gonna return a response, return response. The status will be 401, which is not authenticated. And let's write here our message. You are not logged in. And otherwise, we are gonna return this response. Right now, if I refresh my page, and as you can see, you are not logged in. So this is how we are gonna protect our routes. But right now, let's send our session token. I will come here and we are gonna be using clerk auth function. I will say await auth from clerk Next.js server. And we are gonna import get token. Let's get our token here. Await get token. And right now, we can send our token using the fetch method. But before, let's see if it exists or not. And as you can see, our token is here. We can also see it here. Right now, we have the token because we are authenticated. And now, I'm gonna send this token to my backend server. I will say headers, authorization, and we are gonna pass here a bearer token, and it's gonna be the token that we have fetched here. I'm gonna save, and now we can see our message here, and also here. I'm gonna refresh. As you can see, product service is authenticated. So this is how we can easily verify our token in different services. Let's do the same thing for other services. Right now, I'm gonna choose another SDK, and it's gonna be Fastify. Let's copy this. Open our service, order service, and install our library. And after that, we'll do exactly the same thing. Copy our variables. Where is our order service? Here. And inside the env file, I'm gonna paste my variables. And now we are gonna be using the middleware, the clerk plugin. Let's see how to do that. We are gonna be using the register function, and we are gonna pass this plugin. Let's import. I'll open my index file, create an endpoint, let's say test. And here, let's apply our plugin. I'm gonna import Fastify.register and pass here our function. And now we can use our authentication function. Let's see. The name is exactly the same, get auth. And again, we are gonna pass our request and we'll get the user ID. Let's come back and paste our code. Import our function from clerk Fastify. And again, if user ID doesn't exist, reply.send and our message here. You are not logged in. Of course, we are gonna return. And otherwise, if we have the user ID, order service is authenticated. Okay, there is something wrong. Okay, we cannot destructure the plugin and get auth. Do we use type module. Okay, we are using. It should work. I'm gonna save it again. Okay. So instead of using them like that, let's use clerk from clerk Fastify. And I'm gonna use my functions just like that. Now if I save, okay, there is no problem. So let's do the same thing on our test page. I'll say response product. And let's say data product. And I will do the same thing for my order service. It's gonna be 8001 response and data order. They are authenticated and we can see them here. Let's actually get rid of this token so we can see better. I'm gonna refresh and perfect. Let's log out and open our test page again. And as you can see, you are not logged in. Okay, so let's do the same thing for our payment service. I'm gonna create one more. Here is gonna be payment. And I'm gonna change the port number. Let's quickly get our variables, open our payment service and paste in inside this file. I will open my index file and open my folder here. Payment service. And right now we can change the SDK and we can choose Hono. Let's see. We are gonna need this library. I'm gonna copy pm add Hono clerk auth. And after that, we are gonna get the middleware from our library. Let's import. Just like that. And here I'm gonna apply my middleware. Just like that. I'm gonna create my endpoint quickly. I'll say test. And now, using this getAuth function, we are gonna fetch our user ID. If it doesn't exist, we are gonna send this message. Let's copy here. And let's change the message. Payment service is authenticated. Let's get rid of this user ID. I'm gonna save. And let's refresh our page. There was an error because we didn't have the endpoint before. I'm gonna refresh. And it's here. Let's log in. And perfect. This is what we want. But when we create new endpoints, we'll have to do the same thing again and again. We have to get the authentication. If there is no user ID, we are gonna return this message. But instead of doing the same thing again and again, we can create a middleware. So inside the source folder, I'll say middleware and auth middleware. Let me show you how you can create a middleware using Hono. I will say export const should be user. And we are gonna call create middleware function from Hono factory. I will say async. We'll get the context and the next function. And now we can check our authentication. So I'm gonna cut this and paste it here. Import my function. And right now, if we are not authenticated, it's gonna return this message. And if we are authenticated, we are gonna call the next function. Await next. So now I can use my middleware here. I'm gonna import. So basically, when we make a request to this endpoint, first it's gonna call our middleware. It's gonna check the authentication. If we are not authenticated, it's going to return this response. If we are authenticated, it's going to call the next function. And the next function is here. It's that easy. So now, if I refresh my page, as you can see, still authenticated. But also, we are going to need the user IDs. So inside the middleware, we can assign our user ID to request. So I'm going to come here, c.set. The name will be user ID, and we are going to pass our user ID. We don't need this question mark because we are make sure that it's authenticated. And right now we can use this user ID here. Let's add one more item here. User ID will be c.get and user ID. But there's a warning here because we are using TypeScript, and by default inside the request we don't have something like user ID. So let's define this here. I will come here, and here I'm gonna define my variables, and the user ID will be a string. So right now we can use it inside context, and we can get this using the get method. I'm gonna save, and right now I'm gonna refresh my page, and as you can see, the user ID is here. Why we are doing this? Because later, for example, in the payment service, when we create a payment, we can get this user ID and send it to our payment provider. Let's do the same thing for the others. I'm gonna close everything here. So inside the product service and the source folder, I'm gonna create my middleware. Let's create our function, export const should be user, request response, and we'll also get the next function. I'm gonna call my authentication function. By the way, let's write our types here. Request response and the next function. Okay, and now let's open our index file, cut this code, and paste it here. And if we are authenticated, we can assign our user ID to request. So I will say request.user_ID will be authentication and user ID. And finally, we are going to call the next function. And right now we can call our should be user middleware and write our user ID here. Request.user_ID. I'm going to close this menu. And again, we don't have the type. Let's create it here. I'm going to create a global type so we can use it everywhere. The namespace will be Express, and inside, let's say interface, and we are going to get the request type, and we are going to add a user ID, and it's going to be a string. Okay, there is no problem. I'm going to save. Let's test. I'm going to refresh, and the user ID is here. Okay, awesome. Let's do the same thing for the order, and after that we are going to connect to database. I can close them, open the order service, and create the middleware. Export const should be user. We'll get the request, which is a Fastify request, and reply. And we don't need the next function when using Fastify. And inside, We are going to call our function and the if statement. Let's import clerk, by the way. I'm going to copy and paste it here. And finally, we are going to assign our user ID. Request.user ID equals user ID. And again, we need to get our type. Module will be Fastify. And I will say interface. It's going to be Fastify requests. And we are going to modify here. We can get a user ID and its type will be a string. Okay, let's use it here. Should be user. If you are using Fastify, you can apply your middleware using prehandler. And we are going to pass our function here. Let's import and give here a comma and write our user ID. It's going to be request.user_id. As you can see, our type is here. I'm going to save and let's refresh. Okay, there is something wrong. Prehandler should be user. Of course, we should use async. And now order service is authenticated. This is how we protect our routes. Later, when we implement the user roles, we are going to create one more middleware and it's going to be should be admin. So when we create a new order or a new product, or when we want to delete product, update product, we should run should be admin middleware. But for now, it can stay like that. And finally, we can create a database for the product service. Let's close them. And for the product service, we are going to be using Postgres database. As I said, I want to show you how to use different backend solutions for each microservices. So we'll not create a single database. All these services will be independent. Instead, for each service, we'll have a different database. For the first service, let's use Postgres. And one of the best ways to use a database in microservices is to use an ORM. So it's going to be easier to create the tables and make the CRUD operations. And also, we'll be able to use the types. This is the most important part. So let's open the Prisma documentation. Prisma.io. This is one of the most popular open source ORMs. You can use it pretty much everywhere, and you can use different databases. Let's open the documentation. Actually, there is a guide for Turborepo. Let's click here. And as you can see, there's a Turborepo option. I'm gonna click. Let me zoom in. And let's see how to use it. We already have the Turborepo project, so I'm gonna skip here. And now we are gonna create our first package. Inside the package directory, let's create a new folder. It says database, but I'm gonna say product.db. Inside the packages, product.db. And after that, we can create our package.json. And inside, we can add our package name, the version. Of course, we are going to be using type module. So we can import and export. And after that, let's install Prisma and Prisma client. We are going to install Prisma for the dev dependencies. Let's open our package, cd packages, and product.db. pnpm add development and Prisma. And also we are going to need this Prisma client. pnpm add Prisma client. And here, if you want to use the cloud option, you can install this dependency and you can use Prisma Postgres. This is the cloud option, but I want to create my own database. So you can see how to use Docker. If you don't have Docker, just go to docker.com and download it for your operating system. After that, let's open our application and search for Postgres. We are going to be using Postgres latest, and we can add some settings like database name and username. And this instance is going to run on this port number. This is the default port number. Let's give a container name, by the way, Postgres product.db. And inside the environment variables, we are going to add the Postgres user. It's going to be admin, Postgres password. Let's give any password. Of course, it should be stronger, but this is just a tutorial. And Postgres DB. And let's say products. Let's run, but before I want to check if everything is correct. Postgres user, password, DB. Okay, I'm gonna run. If you download it for the first time, it's gonna take time, but since I downloaded before, it started almost instantly, and as you can see, database is ready. If I open the containers, you can see that our database is running. So we can use our database using this port number. As you can see, it runs on localhost and this port number. Let's use it. I'm going to open the documentation again. And we are going to initialize Prisma. I'm going to choose PNPM. But if you write here DB, it's going to automatically create a cloud account. And since we are using a local database, we are going to change here. Let's check first. I'm going to paste. As you can see, it tries to create a cloud database, but we are going to be using our own database. So I'm going to take this back and change this DB. And here is going to be data source provider. And it's going to be Postgres. Just like that. If I enter, you are going to see that it created a folder here called Prisma, and inside we have the schema. Let's get rid of those comments. And as you realize, we have the database URL in the env file. If you open your env, you are going to see that it runs on localhost and this port number, but I'm going to change the username. Remember, it was admin, password was from 1 to 6, and database name was products. I'm going to save and make sure that your env file is inside the git ignore file because we don't want to expose our variables. So let's close here and open the documentation. And this is how we are creating tables inside our database. We define the table name. We can give any ID. In the example, it's an integer. We can write some rules. It's an ID, which is a primary key. And by default, it's going to auto increment this number. So we don't have to give an ID. We can define a string. As you can see, it should be unique. And if you add a question mark here, that means it's not required. And this is how we can add a relationship. Again, there is a table called post. There's an ID, title, content. And as you can see, each post can have one user, but each user can have multiple posts. This is why we are using an array here. And we are defining our relationship like that. Check the field inside the current table and find the author ID, which is here, and the reference will be the ID field inside the user table. So this ID and this ID will be exactly the same. And this is how we will be able to find the posts of the user or user of the post. Okay, let's create. I'm gonna copy here. Of course, it's gonna be product. We can get rid of them. We are just gonna leave the ID. And let's remember our types. As I said, we are not gonna be using this file anymore. After creating our database, we are gonna fetch our types from the Prisma product. But let's remember what we are gonna have. We are gonna have a name. It's gonna be a string. We'll have a description and short description. We'll have a price. It's gonna be a number. Of course, this is not JavaScript. This is Prisma. And we'll have some sizes. So we can create an array. And it's gonna be string array. I will create one more. It's gonna be colors. And for images, remember, we are using a record here. But for Prisma, we can create an object using JSON. So I will say images. It's gonna be a JSON object. We can also add a created at and the updated at times. It's gonna be a date time, and by default, we are gonna get the current date, which is now. And I will say updated at, again, date time, and it's gonna be the updated at. Basically, whenever we make a change on our product, it's gonna automatically update this date. Okay. And remember, in our application, we also have the categories. Let's create one more. I'll say category. We are gonna have the ID, the name, and slug. Again, string. And this slug should be unique. Because when we fetch some products using categories, we are gonna be using these slugs. We are gonna send it to our database, and we are gonna find the products using this slug name. So it should be unique. And right now we can write our relationship. Remember, each category can have multiple products. So I'm gonna write here an array. It's gonna be product array. And here, each product can have only one category. So I will say category slug. It's gonna be a string. And I'm gonna write my relation here. Category will be the category table and relation. Let me close here, by the way. And I will say fields. We are gonna check the category slug. And the references will be the slug inside the category table. Here. We are not using ID because, as I said, we'll fetch the items using this slug. Okay, let's see what else we should do. As you can see, we are going to need some scripts inside the package.json. Let's open our file and create here scripts and paste our scripts here. Okay, and to run these scripts using Turbo, remember, we should also add them inside the tasks, just like that. Let's copy them. Open Turbo.json and paste them inside the tasks. Let's get rid of this comment. I'm gonna save, but also we need to add here our database URL. Just like that. I'm gonna add a comma and save. Let's try. I'm gonna copy this. Let's terminate this tab. And turbo db migrate. Okay, it doesn't return anything. db migrate. It should work. Let's, by the way, change here. I'll say product DB. And let's use Prisma here. DB migrate. Of course, we are using Prisma, so we don't need to write this DB. We are not running this script. pm Prisma migrate. And this time I forgot this dev. Okay, it works. Let's give a name. Create product and category. Okay, it works. Our migration is here, but why it didn't work here? Let's try to generate. TurboDB generate. Okay, it works. So I had to wait more, I think. Okay, anyway, right now we have the database. If you want to see your database, you can run Prisma Studio. Prisma Studio. Let's visit this URL. And as you can see, our tables are here. And they are empty. Okay. Right now, we can create a Prisma instance and use it on our backend service. But if you directly create a new Prisma client and export this, it's going to cause a problem. For example, in a Next.js application, every time the application hot reloads, it creates a new instance. To avoid that, we are going to be using this global object. And this way, we can check if we already have the Prisma client, we are going to use it. If not, we are going to create a new one. So let's copy this and create this client file. I can close here. Inside the product DB, I'll create the source folder and Prisma. Let's paste it here. Of course, we are not using cloud, so we are not going to need this. And here. And there is a problem here because we don't have any TypeScript configuration. So let's install types not and use our TypeScript config here. So I will say pm add development types and not. I'm going to create my config file, tsconfig.json. And we are going to import our config here. Remember how we are doing this. In the dev dependencies, I'm going to import my package, repo, TypeScript config. And here is going to be workspace. I'm going to save and let's install pm install. And right now we can use our package. Remember, we can extend. And here is going to be repo, TypeScript config, and base. Here. Okay, I'm going to save. And now there is no problem for the global, but we cannot import this. I think I should restart my VS Code. Okay, it still exists. By the way, it should be client TS. As soon as I changed the name, it added here index.js, but we have to import it like that. This is because of our TS config, I think. Because our compiler configuration doesn't allow us to import them without the file extension. If you want to, you can import it like that, or if you want to, let's change our base JSON, and the module will be ES next, and the resolution will be bundler. Let's save, and as you can see, there is no problem. Let's make sure that it didn't break any of our applications. I'm gonna open my console, and let's say turbo check types. Okay, there is no problem. Let's continue. Right now we are going to create an index file, and inside we are going to paste this code. So we will be able to directly import our Prisma in the backend. In the source folder, index.ts, and I'm going to paste them. Let's get rid of the comments. And as you can see, there is a warning here. If you are not using bundler, you can use different strategy, but since we already changed, there is no problem, it can stay like that. And let's export our index file. Just like that. And now we can use our database in the product service. Let's add our package. I'm gonna close everything here. Inside the product service and package.json, I'm gonna add my package. Remember the name, repo, product.db, and workspace. Okay, let's install. Actually, I can open a new tab, and this can be for the packages, and here can be for the applications. cd apps and product service. I will install. Let me close this terminal. And now we can create our routes and controllers. Let's close here, and inside the source folder, I'm gonna create a folder called routes, and the first route will be product.route.ts. I'm gonna create one more, and it's gonna be category. Let's import Express router. Import router from Express. Let's create const router. Its type will be router, and we are going to call the router function. And let's export this. Export default and router. I will do the same thing for the product. And now we can start creating our endpoints. If I say router.get and test, we'll get the request and return a response. Let's say response.json. The message will be works. And now to use this router, we should add it to our index file. So I'm gonna come here and say app.use, and whenever we make a request to products endpoint, we are gonna call our router, product router. Let's import routes and product route. I will do the same thing for the category and add this here. Whenever we call this endpoint, we are going to call the category router. Okay, let's test. In the product service, I'm going to create a new request. Let's call our URL, product service URL, and if I say products, it's going to call our router, and inside the router, we have this endpoint. Let's try and send. It should be products. Okay, there is a problem because we are not running our applications. Remember, last time we checked the types. So I will say turbo dev. Okay, they all are running. Let's try. Okay, there's a problem because I forgot writing here /, and it works. Okay, so right now we can create all our endpoints. So when we make a request to this endpoint and when we use the get method, we are gonna fetch the products. Let's say get all products. So let's create our endpoint. So I'm gonna remove this test. And instead of writing all the implementation inside this router, let's create a controller. So I can get rid of here and call my controller directly. Let's create some of them. Inside the source folder, again, I'm gonna create a folder and it's gonna be controllers. The first one will be product controller. I'm gonna copy and paste, and here is gonna be category controller. Okay, let's create some functions. I will say export const. Firstly, we should be able to create products. Create product is gonna be an async function because we are gonna make a database request. Let's get the request and response. And let's write the types. They are coming from Express. Request and response from Express. Okay, let's create the others. I'll say update product, delete product, get all products, let's say get products, and get a single product. Let's get rid of the others. And right now we can use them in the product route. Firstly, I'm going to be using the post method. When we create a new product, we should be able to send a data. This is why we are using post. And we are going to call create product. Let's do the others. When we update products, we are going to be using the put method. Just like that. The delete method. Of course, to delete a product, we should get the product ID. Just like that. And here, because we should update a specific product. And here is going to be get products and get product. And they are going to be get methods. Again, we are going to fetch a specific product, so we should pass here the ID. I'm going to close this terminal, and right now I'll do the same thing for the categories. Let's copy this and paste here, and here is going to be create category, update, delete, and get categories. We don't need to fetch a single category because when we fetch, we are going to fetch all of them. So let's get back to product controller and create some items inside the database. So I will come here and we are going to get the data from the request. So I will say const data that comes from request and body. Basically, we are going to send a data in JSON object and we are going to get that data and add it to the database. But to receive a JSON object in Express.js, we need to add here one more middleware, and it's going to be Express.json. If you don't use this middleware, you won't be able to receive any data from request body. Okay. By the way, we can write here a type. And since we are using Prisma, it's really easy. I'm going to be using Prisma. Let's import this. That comes from our packages folder and product.db. And right now, I'm going to choose product create input. If I hover over, you are going to see all the types inside our product. So I will say const product, await. We are going to call the Prisma client. Again, that comes from our package, product, and create. And inside, we are going to pass our data. After the successful operation, we can send a response with the status 201, which is successfully created, and the JSON, and we are going to pass here our product. I'm not using try catch here because we are using the latest version of Express. Let's create here our error handler. If there is an error, we are going to run this handler and we'll be able to see the error message. So I will say app.use. We'll get the error, request, response, and also the next function. Firstly, I want to console log this error so we can see it on our terminal. And after that, I will say return response.status. If there is any error status, we are going to show that. If not, we are going to show 500. And we'll send our message. If there is a message inside the error, we are going to show that. If not, internal server error. Okay, let's add our types. Okay, we already have. Right now, we don't have to use try catch block for our controllers. It's gonna automatically catch the errors. Okay. Let's try. I'm gonna save, open requestly, and create a new request. Let's call our service URL products. It's gonna be a post method. And remember, inside body, we are sending JSON object. So I'm gonna choose JSON here. Let's remember again what we need to send. We need to send name, short description, price, some sizes, colors, images for these colors. And also we need to send a category, but we don't have yet. So we are gonna get an error. So before creating a product, let's create a category first. It's gonna be exactly the same thing. I'm gonna import Prisma client and Prisma, but here is gonna be category create input. And here is gonna be category, and let's test. I will say categories. Inside, I'm gonna write the category name. Let's say t-shirts. And the select will be t-shirts. Let's change the title, create category, and I'm gonna save and send my request. As you can see, we are not using a post request for this path. Let's check our route because we didn't define our routes here. Let's quickly define router.post, create category. Here is gonna be update, which is put, and we are gonna get the category ID and update category. Here is gonna be delete, and here is gonna be get. Let's change the request types. Here is gonna be delete, and here is gonna be get. Okay, right now, if I send it again, we are gonna see the status created, and this is our product in the database. Let's check. I'm gonna open my terminal, and for the product DB, let's say pm Prisma Studio. Let's visit this URL. And our category is here. So right now, using this slug, we can create a product. I'm gonna create a new request. Let's say create product. It's gonna be a post request. Let's write our URL quickly. Products. And inside the body, again, I'm gonna choose JSON object. And let's say test t-shirt. Actually, we can get them from the previous tutorial. Remember, we have the product list. And we have some examples here. Let's choose this one. And paste. Of course, they are also going to be inside a quote. And also, we are going to add a category. And it's going to be t-shirts. Let's send. Okay, there is a problem because I said category. It should be category slack. Let's remember our schema quickly. Inside the product, we have the category slack. We are going to use this field. I'm going to send. And as you can see, it's successful. And our product is ready. Let's get all products. But before doing that, let's fix something important here. Because remember, when we add a product and its colors, the images object should include every single color here. For the gray t-shirt, we are going to be using this image. For the purple and green. So we have to make sure that they are matching. If one of the images is missing, we are going to send an error. How are we going to do this? Remember, the images is an object and our colors is a string array. So I'm going to open my controller. And before creating our product, I'm going to make sure that we have all the color images. Let's get the colors and images first. From data, and I will write here a condition. I will say if colors doesn't exist, or its length is 0, let's make sure that it's an array also, is array and colors. Basically, we are saying if the colors array doesn't exist, or if it exists, but there is no string inside, we are going to return an error. Status 400 JSON. The message will be colors array is required. And I'm going to write one more condition. I'll say if images doesn't exist, and let's make sure that it's an object. I'm doing this because it can be also JSON null. And again, I'm going to send an error. Images object is required. And now we have to make sure that our images object includes all the colors. To do that, we can use a filter. I will say const missing colors. Colors.filter. I'm going to choose all the colors inside the colors array. And we are going to filter the missing colors. So if a color is doesn't inside the images object, we are going to filter them and assign here. And using this variable, we can create an error. I will say if missing colors and length is bigger than 0, so if there is a missing color, we are going to return a response. Let's copy here and paste. Here is going to be missing images for colors. And we can also send the missing colors. Okay, let's test. I'm going to create one more name. Let's say 2. And let's remove 2 of them. And send. Okay, let's remove this comma. We don't have any other items here. I'm going to send. And as you can see, missing images for colors, purple and green. So we have to add them. Let's take this back. Okay. I'm gonna save here and let's take care of get all products. It's really easy. I'll say const products, await, Prisma, the product table, and find mini. So it's gonna return all our products. Response status 200. And inside the JSON, we are gonna pass our products. Let's try. I'm gonna send, and as you can see, we have the products array, and inside this array, we have just one product. Let's create one more. I'm gonna delete here. Let's get one more item. We can use another t-shirt. Let's fix here. And send the request. I forgot adding here a comma. Okay. And if I get all products, it's gonna also send the second one. But there is something important here. If you remember our application, we can fetch them using the categories. And also, in the products page, we can sort them, newest, oldest, most expensive, and the cheapest. So we are gonna need a filter. Let's come back. Open the controller. Okay, this is the category controller. I'm gonna open the product controller. And before finding our products, let's create our filters. Firstly, we are gonna get them from the request query. We have the sort, category. We also have search. Remember, we can search. And for the home page, we are gonna fetch only 8 items. So we can also send a limit. And they all come from request and query. So let's create a filter. I will say const order by. We can use switch case block because inside the sort we have only 4 options. So I will say switch. I'm gonna add sort, and if the sort is ascending, we are gonna return the price is Prisma dot sort order and ascending. Let's create one more. If it's descending, it's gonna be the opposite. The next one is gonna be oldest. This time we are gonna check the created at time, and it's gonna be ascending. And if the case is none of them, that means it's the newest. So we are gonna return descending. Okay, right now we are gonna make some changes here. Firstly, we are gonna check if we have the category or not. So I'm gonna use a condition here using where. We are gonna check the category field, and its slug will be the category that comes from request query. And the type will be string, of course. So if there is a category, it's gonna fetch all the items inside this category. If not, it's gonna fetch all items. And we can also use this search query. Basically, when we search for any item and when we enter, we are gonna add here one more query. It's gonna be search equals test. And using this query, we are gonna search for the product names. So I will say name contains search as string. And also the mode will be insensitive. So it doesn't matter if we search with lowercase or uppercase, it's gonna search the name. And finally, we are gonna pass here order by. By the way, we should run this function first to get the data, just like that. So when we call this products controller, it's gonna run this function, return any of these objects, and we are gonna use them here. And also let's get the limit. I will say take. If limit exists, we are gonna use that limit, but remember it's a string. Let's transform this. And if we don't have any limit, I'm gonna write undefined. So it's gonna return all the products. Let's try. I'm gonna search for flex, for example. So let's say search flex. And as you can see, there is only one item. I can use sort and let's say newest. Remember, this is our last item. I'm gonna send. And as you can see, the last item is the first. Oldest. Perfect. Ascending. This is 29. This is 39. And descending. Okay. We can also give the category. They both are t-shirts. And we can see all our products. Okay, awesome. It works. So right now we can get a single product. I'm gonna add a new request. URL products. And we are gonna give here a product ID. Let's say 1. And using this ID, we are gonna fetch our first product. So I'm gonna come here. And we are gonna get the ID. Request.params. So remember, if you are using the value after this slash, it's request params. But if you are using the value after the question mark, test equals something, we are going to be using request query. Okay. I will say const product, await Prisma dot product, find unique, because we are going to fetch only one item. Let's write our condition, and the ID will be number ID. Let's send this. Return response to 100, and the JSON will be product. Okay, let's take this back and send, and we can see the first item. Let's fetch the second one. Okay, right now we can update our items. Again, we are going to be using a param. Let's copy here, create a new one. We are going to be using the put method, and inside the body, let's get this create JSON. And paste it here. And I'm going to say updated. Let's give a name. And here. Okay. So let's write our controller. Inside the update product, we are going to get the ID, const ID, request.params. We are going to get the data, and its type will be Prisma product update inputs. And that comes from request.body. And inside this type, again, we are going to have all these items, but they are not going to be required. So I will say const updated product, await Prisma. I'm going to choose my table, and I will say update. Firstly, we are going to write which product we should update. So I'm going to be using where, and the ID will be number ID. And after that, I'm going to pass my data. Let's return JSON and product. Of course, updated product. I'm going to save and let's send. And right now, the name of the item is t-shirt updated. Let's check. I'm going to refresh, open my product, and the name is updated. Okay, let's delete. Actually, let's not waste time. I'm just gonna copy here and paste. We are gonna get the ID. We don't need any data. I'll say deleted product, and I will say delete, and the ID should be this ID. I'm gonna get rid of this data, and that's all. I'm gonna save, and let's create our request. It's gonna be a delete request. Let's write our URL, and let's delete the second item. I'm gonna send. Oh, there is a typo here. I'm gonna send, and this is the deleted product. Let's get all our products. Right now we will not see this one. I'm gonna send, and there is only one item. Okay, let's create quickly other endpoints. Categories. I'll open my controller. Const categories. Await Prisma. Dot category table. And find many. And that's all. We are gonna send this. Let's delete and update quickly. Const ID. That comes from Params. We are gonna get the data. Remember the type. Prisma. Category update input. And it comes from request body. Const category. Await Prisma, the category, and the update function. And we are just gonna find our category first. The ID will be number ID. And we are gonna pass our data here. Finally, we can return our category. Let's copy here and finally complete our controller. We don't need any data, and here is going to be delete, and that's all. Let's create one more category. I will say test. I'm going to create, get all categories. Right now we have 2 items. And let's delete this one. Its ID is 2. And I'm gonna delete. And right now, if I get all my categories, we can see that there is only one item. Okay. Right now, we can create a database for the order service, and we can fetch the orders. So I'm gonna close everything here, and let's create a new package. Let's close here, and the other packages. And I'm gonna create a new one. Let's say order.db and package.json. Let's give it a name. It's gonna be repo and order.db. You can give any version. Type will be module. Again, we are going to be using our TypeScript configuration. So let's create dev dependencies and inside repo TypeScript config. And here is going to be the workspace. And finally, we can import our index file, source and index. Let's create. I'm going to copy here and create the file. And right now we can install our dependency. And also to run TypeScript, we are going to also need types node. So I will open my terminal. Let's terminate here and open our package, order.db. Let me close this menu and I will say pm add as dev dependency types and node. Okay, right now we can create our database schema. For this package, we are going to be using MongoDB. So let's create here one more file and it's going to be order model. And also we are going to connect to MongoDB. So I'm going to create one more file and it's going to be connection.ts. Let's create a MongoDB project. To do that, I'm going to open atlas.mongodb.com. And now we can create a free cluster. I'm going to choose free. Let's give it a name. You can choose any provider and a region. It can stay like that. I'm going to create. We are going to connect to our database using Node.js. So I'm going to click here and get my connection string. Okay, it's not ready yet. It's deploying our cluster. We are going to turn back here, but before, let's take care of the network access. And I'm going to add IP address. You can add your current IP address, or you can access your MongoDB everywhere. Let's use this option for now. And if you want to deploy your application, you should change here to your server IP. And here, I already have a user. If you don't have, just create a one. The username is Lama Dev. And the password is the same. So when we connect to our database, we are going to be using this user. Let's come back. Okay, it's still deploying. Let's see if we have the connection string or not. Okay, there is. So let's copy here. Create an env file. And let's say Mongo URL. The username here is going to be the password. And also you can add here your database name and it's going to be orders. I'm going to save. And right now we can connect to our database. To do that, we are going to be using Mongoose. It basically allows us to create models just like Prisma. We are just going to add here our table name and its fields with the types. And after that, we can use this model and make the CRUD operations. Let's see the documentation. I'll choose connections. And we are going to be using this function and pass here our connection string. Let's install Mongoose. pm add Mongoose. And here, let's import. And let's create our connection function. Export const connect order.db. It's going to be an async function. And let's say try catch. await mongoose.connect, and we are going to pass here our Mongo URL, process.env and Mongo URL. And if there is any error, we'll console log and after throw this error. Okay, there's a problem here because we don't have the TypeScript configuration. Let's actually copy this from product.db and paste it here. We are just going to extend our base JSON, and I will say we are make sure that this URL exists, or if you want to, you can check your string here. I will say if process env Mongo URL doesn't exist, I'm gonna throw an error and Mongo URL doesn't exist or is not defined. Okay, and also I want to connect my database only once. So let's create here is connected variable. At the beginning it's gonna be false, and once we are connected it's gonna be true. And if we are already connected, we are not gonna connect again. So I will say if is connected, just return. Okay, right now we can create our schema. Let's see. We are going to be using Mongoose schema. We are going to create a new instance, and inside we'll create our fields. So let's copy here, open the model.ts and paste. And I'm going to create my schema, new schema. And inside this object, we are going to have the user ID. Its type will be string. And it's going to be required, because we cannot create an order without an user ID. Let's create the others. We can add here the user email. Again, string. We'll have the total amount. It's going to be a number. We can have the status. It's going to be a string, but we are going to have only two options. So let's define this here. Export const order status. It can be either success or failed. Let's use it here. I'll say enum and order status. So it can be only one of them. What else we can have? We can have the products. Of course, we are not going to fetch all the product details, but when we visit our order page, we should see the product names, their quantity, and their price. So let's create here an array. It's going to be products. And for each product, we are going to have the name, type string, and required. Two more. And this is going to be quantity. It's going to be a number. And the price, again, number. Okay. I can delete here. And also we can add the created at and the updated at times. So I'm going to come here and write timestamps. And it's going to be true. So when we update our order, it's going to automatically change the updated at time. Or when we create an order, it's going to add the created at time. Okay, let's export this. Export const order. This is our model. It's going to be model from Mongoose. And I'm going to write here the model name, which is order. And we are going to pass our order schema. Just like that. We can also add our order schema type. Export type, order schema type, infer schema type, and we are going to pass here type of our schema. and let's use it here. Okay, I created here order schema type because later when we fetch our orders, we are going to use this type on our Next.js application. Let's open our index file and export all our functions, models, and types. So I will say export the order model, our schema type, and also we can export this order status. So when we make payment, we can use one of these status from order model. And also I want to export my connection function. Export, what was the name? Connect order DB from the connection file. So let's use them in our order service. Inside the source folder, let's create our order route. So I will say routes order.ts. Right now we can fetch all the orders and all the user orders. Export const order route async function, and we are going to use a Fastify instance from Fastify. And now we can write our routes. I'm going to be using the Fastify instance. I will say get, let's say user orders, for example. Async will get the request and reply. Remember how we are defining an endpoint in Fastify. Request and reply. And right now we can fetch our orders. But firstly, we are going to get our user ID. Remember, we have the middleware here. And we can use this should be user middleware. If the user is not authenticated, it's going to send this message. If they are authenticated, we are going to add the user ID inside the request. So we can use it. Remember how we are using middleware inside Fastify, pre-handler, and should be user. So right now we can fetch our orders. I will say orders, await. We can use our model. We cannot fetch because we didn't add our package yet. Let's add. Inside the dependencies, I will say repo and order DB. Okay. Let's install. I will open my order service. Let's close this menu. cd order service. And pnpm install. And right now we can use our model. I will say import order from repo order DB. Okay, there is something wrong. Order from order model. Let's check our package.json. Oh, it should be exports, of course. Okay, let's see right now. I'm gonna actually close everything and open my orders route again. And there is no problem. Okay, so right now I'm gonna use find, and inside I'm gonna write my condition, and the user ID will be, remember our user ID is inside the request, and finally return reply send and orders. Okay, we'll also create an endpoint for the admin panel. Let's create one more, and it's gonna be all orders. So here is gonna be should be admin, but we don't have the user roles for now. So let's delete here, and we don't need any condition here. We are gonna fetch all our orders. Of course, we don't have any orders yet, and we are not gonna create an endpoint for the order creation, because after the successful payment, we are gonna automatically create the order using Kafka. So we are not going to make any API request. Remember, all our services are independent. We shouldn't call a service inside another service. The communication will be provided by Kafka. So since we cannot create an order using an endpoint, let's come here and create some test orders. Browse collections. And of course, our database is not here because we didn't connect to our database yet. Let's open our index file. And before listening our server, I want to connect to my database. So I will say await, connect order DB that comes from our package. And when we are connected, we can write here a message connected to MongoDB. Okay. We can also use our route. So I'm going to come here and I will say Fastify.register. And we are going to pass our order route. Okay, there is an error, but we cannot see it. Let's write here console log actually. Okay, MongoDB URL is not defined. Let's check. Process env MongoDB. Okay, this is correct. But we should also use that URL in the order service. And now our service is working. Connected to MongoDB. And now we can create some orders. I'm gonna refresh my page. Let's get the user ID, by the way. I'm gonna choose users. We have only one user. And its ID is here. I'm gonna copy. And as you can see, our database is here. It's empty. Let's create a new one. Here is gonna be user ID. I'm gonna create a new field. Let's remember, what else do we have? I will open the order model. We have the email, amount, status, and products. It's gonna be an object. And inside the object, we have the name, quantity, and price. It's gonna be a number. And price. Okay, let's create. Okay, awesome. And I'm gonna create one more. Let's clone. And let's say 200. Right now we can test our endpoints. Inside the order service, I'm gonna create a new request. I'll say get orders, all orders. I'm gonna write my URL, order service URL, and orders. Let's send. And as you can see, our orders are here. But if I do the same thing for the user orders, we are gonna get an error because we are not authenticated. Let's try. Get user orders. I'm gonna send. Okay, the endpoint is incorrect. We said user order, but let's say orders. And right now, as you can see, you are not logged in. If you remember, we have a test page in our client application. And we can get the token. Let's console log this again. Open our test page. And copy this token. Right now we can use it here. So I will say authorization. We are going to choose bearer token. Because remember, when we make a request with the token, we are using this header authorization and the bearer token. So I'm going to paste it here and send my request again. And right now, we can get all the orders of the user. And if I create another order with different user ID, let's clone this again, but I'm going to change here. And if I send, as you can see, there are still 2 items. But if I get all orders, you can see that we have 3 items. Okay, it works. But as I said, to fetch all orders, we have to be admin. Or when we create, delete, and update any product or category, again, we have to be admin. So let's create user roles. If you use Clerk, it's really easy to implement. I'll just open configuration and find the sessions. Scroll down, and here we can create our custom claims. So when you get the user information, you can also see the user role. To do that, inside this object, I'm going to create metadata, and I'm going to choose user public metadata. So inside this metadata, you can store any information you want. Let's save and select our user. If you scroll down, as you can see, metadata is here. Basically, we can read the public metadata on the server and the client side, but we cannot change it. It's still secure. And we can read the private metadata only on the server side. And we can read and also write the unsafe metadata on the server and the client side. And since we need our user role on our client applications and backend services, we are going to be using public metadata. So let's edit. I will say role, and it's going to be user. I'm going to save. And right now we can create one more middleware. Let's close this terminal and this test page. And I'm going to open my Authentication middleware and create one more function here. And it's going to be, should be admin. And this time, I'm going to add one more condition here. If we don't have the user ID, we are going to send this message. We can also send here our status, by the way. 401, which is not authenticated. I can do the same thing here. And also, I'm going to check if the user is admin or not. So I will say auth. Of course, we are just fetching user ID here. Let's say auth. And here is going to be auth.userid. And here. And as you can see, there is a session claims field here. And inside, we have the metadata and the user role. I will say if it's not admin, I'm going to return a reply. And this time it's going to be 403, which is unauthorized. And let's change this message here. Okay, as you can see, by default, we don't have this type. We can define this here. But also remember, we are using exactly the same data for the payment service and product service. And since this is a common type, let's create a new package and define our type here. So inside packages, I'll say types. I will create package.json. We are going to need our TypeScript configuration, as we always do. We are going to extend our TypeScript config. So let's paste it here. And let's say name is gonna be repo types. Version, you can give any version number. The main file will be source and index.ts. I'm gonna add my type. As always, we are using module. And to use TypeScript, we are gonna need our TypeScript configuration here. Let's add it to dev dependencies. We already did this a couple times, so you know how to do that. We are gonna get this from the workspace. Let's create exports. We'll be able to import everything inside our index file. Source index.ts. And also, I will say types, because we are going to export our types. And let's save and install our dependency. But remember, to use TypeScript configuration, we also need types node. So let's come here, open our package. I'm going to close this sidebar, and I will say pm add dev dependency and types node. And of course, if you want to, you can add here your scripts, like check types. Just like that. And let's create our index file in the source folder. If you want to, you can add all your types here, but we'll have a different kind of types, so we can separate them because we are going to add here the product types, cart types, but for now, we are going to add the custom claims type. So let's say auth and export interface custom JWT session claims. And I will say metadata and inside role. It can be user or admin. I can also add here a question mark because if there is no role, that means it's a normal user. Okay, right now let's open our index file and export our claims. I'll say export everything from the authentication file. Okay, let's use it. I'm gonna close everything, open my order service, and let's install our package. Since we are using types, we can use it in the dev dependencies. Actually, let's duplicate this and I will say types. I'm gonna save and let's install. pm install. Okay, right now we can use it. Let's actually copy this and let's say const claims. It's gonna be session claims and let's use our custom type. Let's import. Of course, it's a type from repo and types. So I will say claims.metadata and role. And if it's not admin, we are gonna send this message. Okay, awesome. Right now we can do the same thing for the other middlewares, for other services. For example, in the product service, we have exactly the same middleware here. Right now, I'm going to create one more. And it's going to be, should be admin. And I'm going to paste my code. Again, we are going to need the claim. Just like that. And here is going to be response. Of course, we don't have the type because we didn't install our package. Let's install. It's gonna be types. I'm gonna save and let's install. Firstly, I'm gonna open my folder, product service, pm install. Right now we can import. Okay. And now, before adding this middleware to payment service, let's check our routes. As I said, all users can get all the products and get a specific product, but when it comes to creating, deleting, or updating, we should be an admin. Just like that. Right now, our routes are protected. I can do the same thing for the category. Post, put, and delete. Let's import. Okay. And remember, in the order service, we have the order route and we are fetching the user orders and all the orders. But to fetch all orders, we should be an admin because we are going to fetch this data on the admin panel. So let's say should be admin. Okay, it's that easy. So let's do the same thing for the payment service. Again, I'm going to copy here, find my payment service. Firstly, I'm going to install my package. Types, I will save, open my folder, and install. And right now we can use our type. Inside the middleware, I'm going to create a new function. Should be admin. And I'm going to write my condition. Let's import this. Repo and types. And of course, here is going to be c.json and this message. Okay, later we are going to implement Stripe, and when we fetch all the payments, we are going to be using this middleware. And right now, if you try to get all orders, okay, we are not logged in because we don't have the bearer token. I'm going to refresh again, get this token, paste it here, and send. And as you can see, we are authenticated but unauthorized. And let's change our user role to test. And send again. Of course, we are going to need a new token because we changed our session. I will send, and as you can see, the data is here. Okay, it works. This is how we implement user roles. Right now, we can take care of the payments. For the payment service, we are going to be using Stripe. So let's install Stripe. pm add Stripe. You can use a different provider, but Stripe is the most popular one. I know it's not available for some of the countries, but even if this is your case, I highly recommend you use Stripe, because later you might want to apply for some international jobs. Let's install. And now I'm going to create here a new file. Let's say utils and Stripe. And let's import. Let's create a new Stripe client. New Stripe. And we are going to pass here our secret key, process.env Stripe secret key. And inside, we are going to add the API version. And let's use the newest one. I will say as any. And let's export. Okay. Let's create our secret key. Let's open stripe.com. If you don't have an account, just create and go to your dashboard. I'm gonna zoom in and let's get our secret key. I'm gonna choose API keys and this is our secret key. Let's copy and paste it here. Okay. Before creating the payment logic, I want to show you something important. I'm gonna open my client application. Let's say we have this product in the cart. Remember, we have the shipping form. If I fill in this form and the payment form and click the checkout button, it's gonna send this product information to the payment service. But remember, we cannot trust the client. They can change this number. So what we need to do is, we need to get the product price from the database. So instead of using the price that comes from the user, we'll make sure that it comes from the database. So if we create here any endpoint like pay, the first thing that comes to your mind can be something like this. Make this function async, get the product details from the user, await request and JSON. And to get the product price from the database, you might think creating here a variable like total price, await promise all, because we might have multiple products and we want to fetch all the product prices. And you could write something like that, products.map. And for each product inside, let's say any for now, I'll say const product in DB and await fetch. And we can pass here our product service URL like localhost 8000 products and pass here our product ID. And after fetching the product, we can return product in db.price multiplied by product that comes from the user and quantity. Let's make this any also. We get all the products from the client, which is this cart data, the product information and the quantity. And using that product ID, we can get the product and we can get the product price. And using this price, we can make the payment using Stripe. But remember, we are creating a microservices architecture, and all our services should be independent. For the payment service, we shouldn't wait for the product service. Or after making a successful payment, we shouldn't create the order in this service. Only the order service is responsible for the orders. So what we can do is, we can create a price list in our Stripe account. And whenever we create a new product in the product service, we should get the product ID and the product price and add it to our Stripe account. After that, when a user makes a payment, we can fetch the price using the product IDs. This way, we are not dependent on the product service anymore. Later, we are gonna use Kafka to do that, but for now, let me show you how to create and fetch the price from Stripe. So let's delete here. I will say post, and let's say create Stripe product. Let's delete here for now. And I will say const response await. We are going to be using our Stripe client. Remember, we defined this inside the utils. And I will say products and create. Let's create a random product for now. It's just a test. We can add here the product name, test product. And here we can add a default price. You can add the currency like US dollars and the unit amount of this product. Let's say $10, and you have to multiply this by 100 because Stripe also calculates the cents. Okay, let's return this. Return c.json, and I'm gonna pass this response. I'm gonna save and let's test. Open Requestly and create a new request. I'm gonna pass my service URL and the endpoint. I will say post. We don't need to define any JSON in the body. We already have the data here. We are just testing. I'm gonna send. And as you can see, we have the data. And right now, using this product ID, we can fetch the actual price. So let's create one more endpoint here. I will say get Stripe product price. Again, we are going to be using Stripe, but this time we are going to check the prices, the price list, and pass here our condition. The product should be with this ID. Let's see. I will say create Stripe product. And Stripe product price. I will say get Stripe product price. I'm gonna send. And as you can see, we have all the price details. And this is the actual price. And if you check your dashboard, products, and as you can see, it's here. So this is how we are going to provide the security. But of course, as I said, these were just for testing. Let's comment them out. We are not going to use any API endpoint for creating or fetching the price. We'll create the product with Kafka. So let's transform them into functions. I will copy here and let's create a new file. I'll say Stripe product. And let's write export const, create Stripe product. Async, we are going to get the item. And let's use try catch. If there's an error, we are going to console log. And let's return this error. And now we can paste our code here. Just like that. Import Stripe. And now we are going to get the ID from the item. And the name. And the product price. Okay. We are going to create our types later. But before, let's do the same thing for the product price. I'm going to create one more function. And let's say get Stripe product price. And this time we are going to pass here the product ID. It's going to be a number. And we are going to fetch the price. Of course, let's return this response, by the way. And here. Remember, our price is in the data array. We are going to get the first object and the unit amount. So I will say return response.data get the first item and its unit amount. So whenever we create a new product in the product service, Kafka is going to trigger this function, which means we'll also use the same item type in the product service. So let's define this in the types. Remember, we are separating our items. So let's create product.ts, and I will say export type stripe product type, and pass here the ID, which is a string, the product name, and the price. It's gonna be a number. Okay, I can use it here, not here, it's the index file, here. Okay, I cannot import because we didn't define this in the index file. Let's export everything from products. Let's import right now. As you can see, that comes from our type package. So we can use the same type in the product service. By the way, we can also add here our product in the product controller. We can get this type to create a product, but later we are going to fetch products on our client application. So we can define its type here. So let's get the product type from our product DB and also category. And we can export them here. So on the client side, we don't have to import this product DB. We can just import the types and fetch the product type. So I will say export const product type. It's gonna be product that comes from Prisma. I can do the same thing for the category. Just like that. And let's import our package. Remember how we are doing this. Inside the dependencies, I'm gonna add my package, and here is gonna be workspace. Let's install. We are on the types package. So I will say pm install, and it's gonna install our package. Okay, there is still a problem. By the way, it's gonna be type, and let's check our package.json. Oh, I forgot colon here. Let's install again. And since we change here to type, they should also be type. Okay, so when we fetch the products and categories, we can use these types. Let's actually also define our cart types. I'll say cart.ts, because remember, cart type is different than a product type because we have here the quantity, the selected size, and the selected color. So let's come back. Again, we are going to get the product. And I'll say export type, cart item type. And we are going to get all the types from product, but additionally, we are going to add here the quantity. It's going to be a number, selected size, and the selected color. This is a single item. If you want to, we can also create the list type. So I will say cart items type, and it's going to be the array of cart item type. Okay, later we are going to use these types. I'm going to save, and let's add it to our index file. And now we can use these types wherever we want. So right now we don't need the types file in the client application. Remember, we have the types file here. We already created the product type. We can also create the products type. Let's add it here. And we have the cart type and the list. Let's also move our schema. We are not gonna use this anywhere else, but anyway, I'm just gonna copy and open the cart file and paste it here. Let's install Zot, by the way, pm add Zot, but to prevent any conflict, let's make sure that we are using exactly the same version. Of course, the @ sign. Okay. And now I can import Z from Zot. What else? We can use it here. And we are not gonna need the payment form because we are gonna be using the form from Stripe. But we can add them in the cart types, just like that. And right now, we don't need the types. So if I delete this file and check the types, we can see all the warnings and we can fix them using our new types package. So let's say turbo, check types. And we can also install our types package here in the dev dependencies. I'll say types, workspace, and let's install. I'm gonna open the client app and pm install. Okay, right now we can change our types. Let's close everything here and this menu, and let's see the errors. I can make this a little bit bigger actually. Okay, firstly, the shipping form. Let's open. So instead of types, we are gonna be using repo and types. Okay, it's not coming, but it's installed. Oh, it's not here. Where did I install that? I installed that in the wrong package. Oh, I used my types package. Of course, I'm gonna cut this from here and paste it inside my client application. Dev dependencies and types. Okay, let's install again. Right now, we can use our types and perfect. I'm gonna save and let's see the next one. As you can see, there is something wrong with the cart page. Again, I'm gonna import repo types. Let's see. Okay, we don't have any type here because inside the cart store, we don't have the type anymore. So I'm gonna change here and save. And now there's a problem here because in the product type, we are using the type that comes from Prisma, and inside images, we are using JSON value. So I'm gonna write here as record, string and string. Let's wrap this like that. And as you can see, there is no problem. We basically say that it's a JSON object and its key is a string, value is a string. Basically, this is gonna be our color, and here is gonna be the color URL. Let's copy here because we are gonna have exactly the same problem in other pages. And what else? Okay, there is nothing else. Let's see here. Okay, it keeps showing the same page. Let's save here, and we can check our products page. For example, here we have the product list, and as you can see, there's a type here, and it's gonna be repo types. And for the example products, we have a problem because in our database, we are using category slug, created at, and updated at, but they don't exist here. I'm just gonna quickly add them. Of course, we are not gonna be using this data, but for now, let's add the category slug. I'll just say test, created at, new date now, and updated at. Okay, I can do the same thing for the others quickly. Just like that. Okay, and we can also update our product cart again, repo and types. And we will do exactly the same thing here as record. And here it says it can be undefined, but we are sure that we have the color and size. This is happening because in the Prisma type, we have the string arrays, but they can be empty, but we are sure that they are not. Let's see if there is any other problem here. Okay. And in the product page, we also have a single product page. Let's fix here also. And again, I'm gonna add my new items, just like that, and fix the images. Okay, that's all I think. Of course, when I did for all the images, I also choose here. Let's get rid of this. Okay. Let's check our cart store. We already imported this, and that's all I think. Right now, we don't have any problem with the imports, but let's check types. There is something wrong with the types package. Oh, let's see our package, types and package.json. Of course, here is gonna be TSC, and right now we have 5 successful, and in the client, there is something wrong with the payment form, but as I said, we are not gonna be using this form. So we can get rid of this form. And remember, we are using this in the cart page. So let's get rid of here. And I will say to do add stripe form. Okay. There is something wrong with the product interaction. Let's change here quickly. Okay. And product list, we already fixed the product list, but on this line, again, we have the same problem. It should be here. Let's actually check all of them. Okay, okay. Here is okay. This is not. Okay. Let's check one more time. And right now, we don't have any type problem. Okay, so let's close everything, not in the terminal here. So I can make this smaller right now and run my applications. Okay. So right now we can make payments using Stripe. Let's open the documentation. I will open a new tab and let's write docs.stripe.com. Let's get started. I'll choose Start Developing and accept a payment. We have a couple of options to accept a payment. The first one is Stripe hosted page. So when you click the checkout button, it opens stripe.com and your checkout page. But this is not what we want. We already have the cart page and we want to use our own domain. And the second one is the embedded form. Basically, it uses your own domain but shows something like a pop-up. But again, we have a custom cart page and a shipping form. So we are going to be using the third option. So we can use our own custom cart component and shipping form, but for the checkout, we are going to be using this payment form. Of course, in the previous tutorial, we designed a credit card component, but we can use this one and we can change its style. So we won't have to deal with the important card data. Let's see how to implement. We already installed Stripe for the backend and define our Stripe client. And right now, we are going to create an endpoint, and using this Stripe client, we are going to create a session. So when we show this card component on our client application, it's going to automatically make a request to this endpoint and create a new checkout session. And inside this session, we can add some data like products or any metadata. And when we enter the cart information on the front end and click the checkout button, it's going to handle the entire process. If the cart is not correct, or it's stolen, or something else, it's going to show here an error. But if everything is alright, it's going to redirect user to this return URL. Here is going to be our client application URL. We can create a return page, and it's going to return this session ID. And later, using that ID, we are going to create an order. Okay, let's do that. I'm going to copy here. And inside the payment service, let's close here and the others. And in the source folder, let's create a new folder and file. I will say routes and session route. I'm going to paste my code here, but in the example, it uses Express, but our application is a Hono application. So let's change this app. I'll say const session route and new Hono instance. Let's import. And I'm going to change this app to session route. Here is going to be context. I'm going to import Stripe from the utilities. And I will say return c.json and this client secret. Let's change here. I will say localhost. Remember, it runs on this port number. This is our Next.js application. And remember, to create a session, we have to be a user first. So let's write here our middleware should be user. And in the index file, we can use this route. So I will come here and use the route. I will say sessions and pass here our function. Let's export, by the way. I will say export default session route. Right now we can use it. Okay, let's get rid of this Stripe and should be user, and here we don't need them anymore. And now whenever we make a request to this endpoint, it's gonna call our route and we'll be able to make a request to this endpoint. Let's test using this product information. And since we are gonna make a post request from the Next.js application, we need to use course. Otherwise, it's not going to allow our application to make a request. So I'm going to import course. If you are using Hono, you don't have to install course. It's already built in. So I'll say course from Hono course. And here I'll say app.use. For each path, we are going to be using course. And pass here are allowed URLs. So I will say origin. And inside this array, let's write our URL. Of course, you can pass it in the env file, but anyway, let's write it. Okay, and right now we can install Stripe for the front-end application. Let's see how to do that. We are using React. So let's install Stripe. We are going to be using pnpm add. I'll open my terminal, close this sidebar, and in the client folder, I will say pnpm add and Stripe. And after that, we can create our checkout form. As you can see, we need to wrap our checkout form with this provider, and we are going to pass here our fetch function that's going to make a request to our endpoint. So let's create a new component for that. I will open my menu. In the client folder, source and components, I'm going to create a new one. Let's say Stripe payment form. I'm going to create my component. It's going to be a client component. And here we are going to load Stripe. Let's see how to do that. I'm going to copy here and paste in here. This is our public key. Of course, you can write it in the env file, but we are already using the client component and this is the public key. So there is no sense to hide this key. Right now, let's open our cart page. If you remember, we added here a to-do list. So we can add our payment form here. I will say Stripe payment form. And right now, if we are on the step 3, it's going to open our Stripe payment form. Let's see. I'll open my application and continue. We have to fill this form first, but instead of doing this again and again, let's give some values so we can directly click here for the test purpose. So I'm going to open my shipping form. And for now, I'm going to give some values. Let's say John Doe, email, a phone number, address, and city. Let's copy here and paste. And the last one. Let's fix here. Okay, right now our form is already filled, so we are not going to waste time. If I click here, as you can see, Stripe payment form. Let's continue. I'm going to create this function in the payment form. Let's close this menu and terminal. Just like that. Here is going to be async, of course. And let's change our URL. HTTP. Actually, we can add it to our env file. I'll say next public payment service URL. I'm using next public because we are using a client component here. Let's use backtick here, and I will say process.env, and what was the name? Payment service URL. Of course, it should be inside JavaScript. I'm going to use it like that. And remember, our endpoint is sessions and this endpoint. Right now, we can wrap our form. We don't have the form, but we are going to create. I'm going to copy here and paste. Let's import. Okay, let's import manually. Import checkout provider from Stripe React Stripe.js. Okay, and remember, when we make a request, we need to also send our token. So we have to be authenticated. So let's pass here token. It's going to be a string. And when we call this function, we are going to send our token. Let's create it here quickly. I'll say const get token. That comes from use auth hook from clerk Next.js. But remember, we are using a client component. So we have to store this token somewhere. So I will say const token set token. And I'm going to be using use state hook. And at the beginning, it's going to be null. Let's give a type. It can be a string or null. And whenever we mount our component, we are going to fetch our token using use effect hook. So I will say get token. And then we are going to get the token and update our state. Since it can be null, there is a warning here. So let's write here a condition. I will say if token doesn't exist, return here a div. And let's say loading. Okay, so right now we can create our checkout form. In the components folder, I'm going to create a new file and it's going to be our checkout form component. Again, it's going to be use client. And let's see what we need to add here. We are going to be using use checkout hook. We can get the checkout state like loading, error, success, but also it added here the email input that we can get the user email, but we already have the shipping form, remember. And finally, it adds this payment element that shows the credit card component. So we can fill in the form, and when we click this button, it's going to send the card information. But here is too complicated, and we already have the shipping form, so we don't need to get the user email. So what we can do here is we can create our custom component instead of using them. Firstly, since we are going to need the user email and user address in the cart page, let's send our shipping form. Shipping form equals shipping form. Remember, we defined this here. It includes our user information. And let's get this as a prop. I'm going to save in the Stripe payment form. And its type will be shipping form inputs from our types. Remember, we defined this in the type package. And we can pass it to our checkout form. Again, we are going to get this as a prop. I'm going to save and paste it here. And import my type. Let's close this. Okay. Right now, I'm going to use here use checkout hook, const checkout, use checkout from React Stripe. And also we can define the loading and error states. I'll say const loading, set loading, use state hook from React. And I'm going to pass here false. And one more is going to be error, set error. If there's an error, the Stripe is going to return the confirm error type. But of course, at the beginning, it's going to be null. So using this error, we can show a warning right after our credit card component. Remember how we are defining our credit card component. We are going to be using payment element. Of course, this should be a form. Let's get rid of this class name for now. I'm going to paste payment element. that comes from Stripe, React Stripe.js. And after that, we can create a button. And let's see. And when we click this button, it makes this request. As you can see, we already defined our loading and error states. Let's paste it here. And this function, it directly destructured the confirm function, but we have the checkout here. So I'm gonna remove here, make this function async because I want to use async await instead of then. And I will say await checkout. In the example, it uses the user email. So we are gonna pass it here using update email. Remember, it's inside the shipping form dot email. And also we can pass here our shipping address. So I will say update shipping address. And it accepts the name of the shipping address, name, shipping address. Or you can get this information from the user. And here is gonna be the actual address. And inside we are gonna give line 1, and that comes from shipping form. And also we can pass here the city. Again, shipping form dot city. And finally, I'm gonna pass the country, let's say US, or wherever you live. And after that, I'm gonna create the result. I will say await checkout dot confirm. And I will say if the result type is error, we are gonna set our error. And finally, we are gonna update our loading state. It's gonna be false. I will say if result.type equals error, set the error state, result.error, and finally set loading will be false again. So we are gonna complete our checkout process. And we can show our error here. If there is an error, create here a div and show the error message. And we can change this text according to loading. I will say if it's loading, write here loading. If not, pay. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna open my application. Let's open the cart component again. Continue. We have the form here. I'm gonna continue. Okay, we didn't import our checkout form. Let's import and do the same thing, because when we hot reload, it removes our shipping address. And we cannot see our component. Let's open our browser console, and as you can see, it says 404. Payment service. Session, of course, it's going to be sessions. And create checkout session. Let's check again. Sessions, create checkout session. I'm gonna do it again. Okay, there's something wrong. It doesn't return a client secret, I think. Let's see here. And I'm gonna console log the session. I will open my console. Let's do it again. Okay, it doesn't return anything. By the way, we are not sending our token. I will say headers. The content type will be JSON because we are sending an object. And I'm gonna send my bearer token. And later we are gonna pass here body, and inside we'll send the cart products. Remember, we are using a state management tool and it stores our cart information. Use cart store. And we can pass it here. And take that cart items type from our package. And we can send this cart here. I'll say JSON stringify. And I'm gonna pass my cart here. In this case, instead of sending this random product, we can send our cart products. Let's also write here try catch. If there is an error, I'm gonna console log and return this error. Let's test again. I'm gonna continue. And as you can see, our component is here. Right now we can test the payment. To do that, I'm gonna search for test carts. Okay, so let's copy this number. I'm gonna zoom in, by the way. We can give any CVC number and any future date. I'm gonna paste. Let's give any year and any security code. If you want to, you can save your cart information. And if I click this button, as you can see, it redirects us to this page, and this is our session ID. Right now, using this ID, we can create an order. Of course, we are going to create this page first, but before, let's see our transactions, and our payment is here. These are from the previous examples. Let's actually choose here last 1 day, and it's here. johndoe@gmail.com. If you click here, you can see all the details. Okay. What about a wrong cart? Declined payments. Let's copy this. Open our cart page and try again. And as you can see, the error is here. You can test all of these carts. You can use different countries and test your application. Okay, awesome. Right now, instead of buying this random product, let's get our cart and add the cart products here. Remember, we are sending our cart here. Let's get that. I'll say const cart. I'm gonna write its type, cart items type from our package. And that comes from request and body. Of course, we are using Hono, so I will say JSON. And also, we can get our user ID. Remember, our middleware is here. So I will say user ID c.get and user ID. It's important because we are going to make the payment with this user ID. And later, using that user ID, we are going to create our order. Right now, we can add all our products one by one. But remember, we cannot trust the user. We have to get all the prices from the backend. We have the Stripe product file here, and we can get the Stripe product price. We are just gonna pass here the product ID and get the price. But we can have multiple items, so let's use promise all. I will say const line items await promise all. I'm gonna be using my cart. It's an array and it includes our products. I will say async for each item inside. We are gonna get the price. Let's say unit amount. And let's make a request. Await get Stripe product price and pass here the item ID. And finally, for each product, we are going to return an object, and it's going to include this data. Let's copy here. And here is going to be item.name. Here is going to be item.quantity. And this is going to be the unit amount. It's going to be a number. And basically, it's going to return all the product information. Right now, we can directly pass it here. Just like that. And also, we are going to pass our user ID. To do that, we can use client reference ID. And it's going to be user ID. Okay, as I said, when we create a new product in the product service, we are going to automatically create a new Stripe product, but we are not using Kafka for now. So this product ID should be exactly the same ID in the Stripe product. Let's see our products. As you can see, its ID is 123, but in our example, let's check the ID. Its ID is 4. So let's change this. Okay, we cannot change the ID, I think. So let's change our product ID in the database. I'll open my console. And here I'll say productdb pm Prisma Studio. And I'm going to change its ID to 123. I'm going to save. And right now it should work. Let's test. Let's check the transactions. And it works. As you can see, this is our failed payment because we used declined cart. Okay, it works. By the way, I didn't change here, of course. It should be our product ID, but anyway, it fetched exactly the same product, but we should get this from the product ID. But remember, this is a number, so I will say toString. So right now, we can create this return page and send this session ID to our backend to create an order. Let's do that. I'm going to close everything here. Inside the app folder, I'm going to create one more folder. It's going to be return and page.tsx. Let's create our component, return page. And right now, we are going to make a request. We have the search params here. Let's use this session ID. Firstly, I'll say async. I'll get the search params. Its type is a promise. And that includes our session ID, which is a string. But if we visit the page without a search params, it can also be undefined. And let's get our session ID. Await search params. If it exists, we are going to get the session ID. And I'll say if it doesn't exist, we shouldn't see anything inside this page. So we can return a div. And let's say no session ID found. And right now, we can make our request, const response, await, fetch. We are going to use our backend endpoint, next public payment service URL. Of course, process env. And sessions. And let's create our second endpoint. in the payment folder, we have the session route. And right now I'm going to create one more session route dot get. We are going to get the session ID async. And let's get our Stripe session. Using this session, we are going to get the information of the payment. If it's successful, we are going to create an order. If not, we are going to send a status, which is failed. So let's say await Stripe checkout dot sessions. And as you can see, we can retrieve our session using the ID. So I'll say session ID as string. By the way, let's get this from the request. c.request.param. Okay, let's see what we have inside. We are not going to return anything for now. I'm going to save so we can make a request to this endpoint, sessions and session ID, sessions and session ID. And let's get the data. Await response and JSON. So we can actually return this session here. Right now, I'm going to refresh my page and let's open our console, close this sidebar. And this is our session. Let me make this bigger. As you can see, this is the session ID, the total amount. As you remember, we passed here our user ID. Later, using that ID, we are going to create an order. And we have the email and all the other details. But we don't have the products here. This is important because when we create an order, we are also going to pass the product information. So after this session ID, I'm going to create an object and I will say expand. And I want to also see the line items. I'm going to save, refresh again, turn back, and this time we'll be able to see our line items. Inside this data, we have the products. Okay, right now, instead of sending all the information, all the session information, just send the status. Let's say session status. And also, I'm going to send the payment status. Okay, right now we can get this data and send a message to our user. So let's create here a title. I'll say payment data.status. I'm going to create a p tag. And let's say payment status. And it's going to be payment status. And we can add here a link from Next.js link and see your orders. Let's say orders page. We didn't create this page in the previous tutorial, but we are going to create. I'm going to save. Let's see. Okay, payment complete and the payment status is paid. So when we click here, we can see the orders. So right now you can create your order after this point, but I don't recommend this here because if the user never makes a request to this route, the order is not going to be created. So we shouldn't rely on this endpoint. Instead, we should use Stripe webhooks. So whenever a checkout is completed, Stripe is going to send a request to our payment service, and using the information inside that request, we can create the order. Let's see how to do that. I'm going to open the documentation. Actually, here in our dashboard, I'm going to click Developers and Webhooks. Let's choose Workbench. And I'm going to create a new destination. Let's use the latest version. And you'll see that there are tons of events that we can subscribe to. But in our case, we are going to be using checkout. And let's choose all of them. Actually, we are just going to need session completed. And if the payment is successful, we are going to create our order. Let's create webhook endpoint. And here we need to write our backend endpoint, but we cannot use localhost here. We need a domain. We are going to create that later, but before, let's create our webhook route. So I'm going to create a new file and let's say webhooks. I'm going to create my route, webhook route, new Hono. And using this route, we can create our endpoint. It's going to be a post request, and I will say Stripe, async. And now we can check our events. But there is something important here. We have to make sure that that request comes from Stripe. Nobody else should be able to make a request to this endpoint. So how we are going to verify that? I'm going to open the documentation and webhooks. And as you can see, we are going to check our header and it's going to include our Stripe signature. And using this signature, we are going to verify the Stripe. If it doesn't come from Stripe, we are going to return this response. If everything is alright, we are going to check our events. Remember, we subscribe to checkout and sessions. Basically, we will say if it's completed and the payment status is paid, create the order. Firstly, we are going to need the webhook secret. And after that, we are going to do the verification. Let's copy here, and after we are going to create our secret. Of course, we are using Hono. Let's say const body, await, c.request.text. Actually, let's remove all of them because it's quite different in Hono. Firstly, we are going to get the signature. I will say const signature, c.request.header, and Stripe signature. Let's create our secret here. Const webhook secret, process.env, and Stripe webhook secret. Let's create. In the env file, I'm going to create my variable. We are going to get the secret key later. Let's verify our signature. I'm going to create my event here. Its type will be stripe.eventType. And here, let's create try catch block. And inside the try, I will say event equals stripe.webhooks. Let's import this, by the way, from utilities. And I will say construct event. And we are going to pass here our body and the signature and the webhook secret. We are make sure that it exists. And if the verification is not successful, let's write console log, webhook verification failed. Let's also send this message, return a JSON object, and I'm going to create error and this message. You can also give here a status. Okay, right now we can check our event. To do that, we are going to be using switch case, event.type. If it equals checkout session completed, here we are going to get our session. And it's inside our event data and object. Let's write our type here. It's going to be Stripe checkout.session. And after this point, we can get all our products. Remember, inside the session, we also have the line items. So I will say const line items, await stripe.checkout sessions and list line items. And we are going to pass here our session ID to get the products. And using those items and the user information in the session, we are going to create our order. Let's say to do create order. And finally, we are going to send a response. And I will say received true. Let's also write here a console log, webhook received. And we can pass here our session. Okay, right now we have the endpoint, but as I said, we cannot use the local host. So what we are going to do is we are going to use ngrok. Basically, we are going to put our API online. So instead of seeing a local host URL, it's going to give us a domain name, and we'll be able to add this to our webhook. To do that, just download ngrok and open your terminal. And after the installation, let's see how to put our API online. This is how you can install ngrok. After the installation, you need to log in. To do that, you can create a token in your dashboard. And after that, we are going to write this command, ngrok http and our backend port, which is going to be 8002. And you can create any custom URL, but if you don't give any, it's going to generate a random one. Let's do that. I'm going to copy here and write my port number and enter. And as you can see, this is our API endpoint. So we can use it here. Let's create. And now we can see our secret key. Let's copy this and paste it inside the env file. And now we can test our application. I'm gonna purchase my product again. Okay, there is a problem. That's because, remember, we changed our product ID, but in our state management tool, its ID is still 4. So let's delete this and change the ID of this product inside our product list. Because remember, we are still using this temporary data. After, when we fetch our products, everything will be easier. Right now, as you can see, on the bottom left, the number is 123. I'm gonna add it to cart and continue. Okay, right now, I can give my cart information, the correct one, and let's pay. Okay, payment is completed, status is paid. Let's open our console. Okay, this is our session. Oh, I know the reason, because when we created our endpoint, we forgot to add webhooks. Let's edit the destination, and here's gonna be webhooks. And remember, in the webhooks route, we are also using Stripe. By the way, we didn't use this webhook in the index file. Let's export this. Export default webhook route. And in the index file, I'm going to create one more endpoint, and it's going to be webhooks. And here is going to be webhook route. So webhooks and Stripe. Okay, webhooks and Stripe. I'm going to save. And I will do exactly the same thing quickly. Of course, it should be to feature. Okay, payment is complete, status is paid, and if I scroll up, you can see that webhook received, and this is our session. And here we have the shipping address, and we also have here the line items. So right now we are ready to create our order. So let's close here. And now we are going to create order using Kafka. So let's close everything and create a new package. Let's close this type, and inside the packages, I'm going to create a new file. It's going to be inside the Kafka folder and package.json. I'm going to give a name. Let's say repo Kafka. You can give any version. The main file will be the source directory and index.ts. And finally, I will say type module. And as we always do, we are going to import our TypeScript configuration. So I'm going to write dev dependencies, and inside I'm going to import my repo, the common repo, which is TypeScript config. And workspace. We can create here scripts and check our types. Remember, we have the task, check types, no emit. So let's open our terminal and our folder. I'm going to terminate this studio, and I will open my folder, close this menu, and let's install types node. And also I'm going to install Kafka.js. If you didn't watch my Kafka video, I highly recommend you watch it because I'm not going to explain the same things again, and it includes everything you need to know about Kafka. If you don't watch that video, it can be hard to understand because I'm going to be using exactly the same layout that we used in that tutorial. Let's install Kafka.js, pnpm add Kafka.js. Here is the version, by the way, that we are using. You might want to use exactly the same version. Okay, let's copy one of these tsconfig file and paste inside Kafka. Okay. So right now, let's use the repository that we created for the Kafka tutorial. And let's open the repository. I'm going to choose the latest project that we created, a Kafka cluster. And if you remember, we created a Docker compose here. And basically it includes 3 brokers. And let's remember how we are using them. Inside the order service, for example, we are creating a new Kafka client. We can connect to producer and consumer. After connecting them, we can subscribe to any topic. In our case, again, if the payment is successful, we are going to send a message to this topic. And here is going to be our product and user information. So we are using producer to send messages, and we are using consumer to subscribe to any topic. Basically, it listens a specific topic, in this case, payment successful, and whenever we receive a message to this topic, we can do anything we want. In our case, we are going to create an order. So let's create file for creating a new Kafka client, consumer and producer, and use them in our services. Firstly, I'm going to copy this file. Let's create our compose file. Inside Kafka, I will say Docker compose. I'm going to paste. And let's run this file. I will say Docker compose up, and everything will be on the background. So I will say D, and let's see. I'm gonna open my Docker application. And as you can see, Kafka is here. It was quick because I already installed Kafka in the Kafka tutorial. If you are doing this for the first time, it's gonna take time. And this is our Kafka UI. Using this UI, we can see all the topics and brokers. And it runs on this port number. Let's see. Let's open it here. And inside topics, we can create any topic. Let's actually start with product created, because remember, in the product service, when we create a new product, we should also create a Stripe product to get the price later. So I will say product.created. I'm gonna give my partitions and factors. Again, everything is in the Kafka tutorial. I'm gonna create my topic. And right now, we are able to send a message to this topic and consume every message from this topic. So let's turn back and create our files. Inside Kafka, I'm going to create a folder called source. Firstly, we will have the index file. And after, let's say client. Remember how we are creating Kafka. We are using Kafka from Kafka.js, and we add here our service name. And these are our brokers. We have 3 of them. Let's copy this and create a function. I will say export const create Kafka client. Basically, we are going to call this function from our services to create a client. And we are going to get the service name from our services. It's going to be string. Just like that. And inside, I'm going to paste my code. Let's import Kafka. And that's all. Let's create the consumer and the producer. Producer.ts and consumer. And let's remember again, we are going to be using our Kafka client and create producer instance. And we are going to connect. After that, we will be able to send topics. So we can create all our functions here. I will say export const create producer. We are going to get our Kafka instance from the services. Let's say type Kafka. It's going to be a type. And let's create a producer. It's going to be Kafka producer type. And let's use our client and choose producer. Let's create a connect function. I will say const connect await producer and connect. Of course, it should be async. I'm going to create one more, and it's going to be send message. Let's just say send. We are going to get the topic name, which is a string, and the message. And it's going to be an object, because we'll send a lot of data. Let's write our function producer.send. We are going to write here our topic name, and inside messages, we are going to send a value, which is our message. But remember, it should be a string, but we have here an object. So I'm going to be using JSON stringify and pass here my message. We can also use disconnect method. Just copy here and paste, and it's going to be disconnect. So let's send all of our functions here. Return, connect, send, and disconnect. Okay. By the way, we are writing this inside the consumer. It should be producer, of course. So here is going to be create consumer. This time we are going to get the Kafka client, and also we are going to need a group ID. And it's going to be a string. Let's change here. It's gonna be consumer. Again, connect consumer. By the way, we are gonna pass here our group ID. And after this connection, we can write a console log to see which service we are connected to. So I will say Kafka consumer connected, and let's say group ID. Okay, and now I can get rid of here and change here. And using our consumer, we are gonna subscribe to the topics. So I will say const subscribe. It's gonna be an async function. And we are gonna pass here our topic ID. And from beginning will be true. So let's copy here and paste. We are gonna get the topic ID from the service. So let's say topic and get this here. It's gonna be a string. And after that, we can read each message inside this topic. To do that, we are gonna run this function consumer.run, and for each message, we are gonna get the topic, partition, and message and do whatever we want. And we are gonna get what we want to do from our services. So let's create here handler. It's gonna include message. It can be anything. And it's gonna return a promise. Let's say a function. So let's run our function. I will say await consumer.run. And for each message, I will say async. We are gonna get the topic, partition, and message. And let's write here try catch. If there is something wrong, we can console log error processing message. And let's return this error. And inside try, we are gonna get the value inside the message. Remember, when we send a message, we are sending a value. Let's take this. It's gonna be message.value, and I will say if value exists, run our handler. And we are gonna pass our value here. But remember, it was a string, so I'm gonna be using json.parse and value. There's a type warning here. Let's make this a string. Make sure that it's a string, and that's all. Right now, we can also send this function. Let's close this terminal and let's check. Create consumer, connect, subscribe, and disconnect, producer, and client. Of course, we are going to return this Kafka. Actually, let's write it here. Let's change here. It's going to be our service ID. And that's all, I think. Let's export them here. Export from client, producer, and consumer. We are going to export create Kafka client. Okay. Of course, it should be inside the source folder. Okay. And here we are going to import create producer and create consumer. Right now we can use them in our services. So let's use it in our product service. So let's close everything and open our product service. And inside the package.json, I'm going to import my package. Let's create one more here. And here is going to be Kafka. I will do the same thing for the others. The payment service. and the order service. Let's close this client, by the way. Okay, here. Inside dependencies, I'm gonna add Kafka. Let's install them. Firstly, I will open my product service. pm install order service, and payment service. Okay, let's connect to Kafka. I'm gonna close them, and in the product service, inside the source folder, let's create a new file. I'll say utilities and Kafka. Firstly, I'm gonna create a Kafka client. Let's call our function create Kafka client from our package. And remember, we are passing here our service, and it's gonna be product service. And after that, we can define our producer and consumer. Let's use export because we are gonna use this in the index file. I'll say producer, create producer function, and we are gonna pass here our Kafka client. And one more is gonna be consumer, create consumer function, and inside the Kafka client and also the group ID. Let's say product group. So let's open our index file, and inside the listen, I'll say producer.connect, consumer.connect. Of course, I'm gonna use await. Actually, let's create here a start function. It's gonna be easier. So I will say const start. It's gonna be an async function. I'm gonna be using try catch. And since we are using two async functions, we can use promise all. They are independent. And inside, I'll say await producer.connect and consumer.connect. Let's fix here. After that, we can listen our application, app.listen, the port number, and the callback function. Let's write console log, and product service is running. And if there is an error, we'll console log and process exit. Okay, let's start. I'm gonna save, open my console, and as you can see, Kafka consumer connected, and our application is running. Okay, it works. Let's do the same thing for the others. I'm gonna copy this, close my product service, and inside the order service, I'm gonna create exactly the same file, utils Kafka, and paste it here. And this time it's gonna be order service, and let's run them inside our index file. Let's copy exactly the same thing and paste it here. We can also pass this connect function just like that. Let's import them, producer from utils and consumer. And finally, for the payment service, we already have the utils. Let's create Kafka, paste exactly the same code, and change the service name. Also this group, let's change here also. Okay, and now I can use my promise inside the payment service and index.js, and I'm gonna add it here. Of course, we are not going to connect to DB. Let's import them. So right now we are ready to send and receive messages. Let's close everything and open our product controller. This is where we are creating the product. Okay, our product is here, and after creating, we are going to send a message to Kafka. So I'm going to be using producer and send. Remember, we are sending the topic name, and the message is going to be product created. And inside the message, we have the value, and it's going to be our product. But remember, when we create a Stripe product, let's open our file and remember again, Stripe product. When we create a product, we are taking the ID, name, and the price. So inside this item, we are going to need these fields, and its type is Stripe product type. So let's use this. Firstly, I'm going to define my product, const Stripe product. Its type is Stripe product type. Let's import. And we are going to pass here the ID, which is product.id. But remember, it should be a string. Let's transform. And also, we are going to need the name, product.name. And finally, the price. Okay, let's send this here. And that's all. When we create a new product, we are going to send this message. And we are going to listen this topic on our payment service. And as soon as we receive a new message, we are going to create a new Stripe product. So inside the payment service and utilities, let's create one more file. And it's going to be our subscriptions. Let's create our function export const run Kafka subscriptions. Async function. And I'm going to call my consumer and subscribe method. And remember, we are passing here the topic ID. We are going to subscribe to product created. And remember, we have the handler function. So I will say async. Inside the handler, we are going to have the message. Let's get the product from the message. Message.value. And let's console log first so we can see better. Received message. Let's write the message name, product created. And we are going to pass here our product. And after getting the product, finally, using our create Stripe product function, we can create a new product. So I will say await, create Stripe product, and pass here our product. Let's import. Just like that. In this function, we can create different subscriptions. For example, when we delete the product, again, we can send a message and delete the product. So again, let's open our controller. I'm going to copy this, and inside the delete product, before sending the response, I'm going to send a message. It's going to be product deleted. And as a value, we can pass our product ID. But it's going to be a number. And let's subscribe to this topic and delete our product from the Stripe products. I'm going to create one more product deleted. Let's get the product ID from the value. Deleted product ID. And let's create a function. I'm going to create one more function here. Let's say delete Stripe product. We are going to get the product ID. And here is going to be Stripe products and the delete function. And inside, we are going to pass our product ID. But in Stripe, we are using string. Let's transform this and return this response. Okay, right now we can use this function here. Delete Stripe product and product ID. Let's import. And that's all. This is how we are subscribing the topics. Let's test it. I'm gonna open Requestly and create product. Inside the body, let's say product Kafka test. Of course, the user should be admin, remember. So I'm gonna add here a bearer token. And let's visit our test page again. There is an error because we don't have this test endpoint anymore. But anyway, we are just gonna need this token. I'm gonna add, send. The product is here. Let's see. By the way, we didn't run this Kafka subscription in the index file. It's not gonna run. So after this promise, I will say run Kafka subscriptions. I'm not writing this here because to run the subscriptions, we should connect to consumer first. They are related. So I'm gonna import. Let's run again. I'm gonna send another one. Works. Kafka test works. And it's here. Let's open our dashboard. Products. And as you can see, it's here. Okay, awesome. So right now, when we receive the Stripe webhook, we can send a message to Kafka like payment successful, and we can listen that topic in our order service. And whenever we receive the message, we can create the order. So let's open our webhook and let's use our producer and send. I'm gonna write the topic name, payment successful. And inside the message, we are gonna have the value and we are gonna pass here our user ID. Remember, it's inside our session. We defined this inside the client reference ID. We also have the email, session, customer details, and email. We can send the amount, session.amount total, and we can send a status, session.payment status. It can be paid, unpaid, or no payment required. I will say if it's paid, it's gonna be success. If not, it's gonna be failed. And also we can send our products. Remember, we have the line items. Let's use it. Line items.data.map. And for each item inside, we are gonna return an object which includes item.description, quantity, item.quantity, and the price, item.price, and unit amount. Let's save and subscribe to this topic. So let's open our order service, and inside the utilities, I'm gonna create subscriptions. Let's create exactly the same thing. I'm gonna copy here and paste. I'm gonna call my consumer and let's delete this one. And here is gonna be payment successful. Let's see. Payment.successful. Okay. Let's change here. We don't have the product. Let's write here our message. And now we can create an order. Let's create here one more file that we can create order, order.ts. And let's say export const, create order. async, we are gonna get an order and its type will be order type. Okay, we don't have the order type, I think. We didn't create. Okay, let's create order.ts. And if you remember, in the order.db package, we have the order schema type. We can import this here and export. So I will say import order schema type from repo and order.db. Let's import this, by the way, quickly. I'm going to open my package.json, create one more, and here is going to be order.db. Let's open our type package, pm install. Okay, right now we can import. And inside the schema, we have all the information. But as you realize, we don't have the ID. We also need that. So I will say export type and order type. We are going to be using our schema. And additionally, we are going to add here our ID. I'm using underscore because we are using MongoDB. And that's all. Let's close them and use it here. Order type. And of course, we didn't export this. Let's open our index.js and export order. And right now, we can use order type. And let's create a new order. We are going to be using our model from order.db and pass here our order. And after that, let's create try catch and try to save this order. So I will say await new order dot save. If there is an error, we'll console log and throw this error. Let's use it. I'll say const order message.value, and we are going to pass it to our create order function. Let's import. Of course, not value, it's going to be order. And now we can run this function in the index file. Just like that. I'm going to save and let's see. We are going to use this test product. Remember, its ID is here. We are using exactly the same product. This one, it's already in the cart. Let's try. I'm going to add my cart number. Actually, we can get rid of here. But anyway, I'm going to pay. It's successful. If I turn back, as you can see, received payment successful, and this is our value. Let's check our MongoDB. If you check the orders, you are going to see that our order is here. Email, status, amount, and the product. Okay, so this is how we communicate with Kafka. All our services are independent. We are just sending and receiving messages from Kafka topics. And right now everything is automated and much faster because we are not waiting for any other service. As soon as we receive the payment, we are just sending this message and the communication takes just milliseconds. In the same way, you can create different services like analytics service. When you receive any payment, you can log the information, or when you create product or order. So you can log pretty much everything without waiting for an API request. Everything is automated. Okay, so we almost completed our backend. We are also going to create some endpoints for the admin dashboard, but for now, they can stay like that. And now we can fetch data on our client side. Instead of this temporary data, we are going to fetch our items, and then we are going to create our order page, and we are going to fetch all our orders. So let's come back. Okay, let's fetch our products. I'm going to open my product list. And if you remember, we are using this temporary data. Let's get rid of this. We are not using this anymore. Or actually, I can comment this out. So you can see this in the GitHub repository. I'm gonna close this block. And right now, let's fetch our products. Firstly, our component will be an async component because we are gonna fetch the data. And let's write here our function, const fetch data. And I will say const response, await. We are going to make a request to our endpoint. So let's add it to our env file. We have the payment service. Let's add the others. So we can use all of them. Firstly, here is going to be product service, 8000, order service, 8001, and the payment service. Okay. So let's use this product service URL. I will say fetch process.env and our URL, and the endpoint is products. And also we are going to add our filters and category. Let's close this menu, and the first query will be category. But remember, it's not required. We can fetch orders without any query. But if it exists, we are going to add it here. So let's write a condition here. I will say if category exists, write here category and pass our value. Let's remember what else we are going to need. On the product list, we have categories, and also we have the sort query and also this search query. So let's get them. I will say category, sort, search, and also I'm going to add here params, because if we are on the home page, we are going to fetch only 8 items. But if we are on the list page, we are not going to have any limit. Okay, let's get the types. Category will be string, sort will be a string. Of course, they are not required. And search. And finally, params. And it can either be homepage or products page. Okay, let's add the others. I will copy this condition. Of course, if there is no category, it's going to be an empty string. So let's copy again and write the others. Here is going to be search, and I'm going to add here the and sign and sort. Actually, we are going to have sort in any case. So I will say sort. It's going to be sort. And if it doesn't exist, let's fetch the newest items. And I'm going to add one more item. And I will say if params equals homepage, the limit will be 8. If not, empty string. Okay, this is our fetch request. Let's return our data. I will say const data await response.json. And we are going to return this data. Let's actually write here our type. It's going to be product type. Of course, it's going to be an array. And let's call this function here. right under our component, I will say const products await fetch data. And we are going to pass here our category. We will have sort, search, and params. Of course, inside an object, let's also get the sort and search here. Okay. Of course, it's going to be products. And now let's open our home page. Actually, let's find it here. We have many pages. Here is the home page. Okay, we already passed here home page. By the way, there is a warning because they should be optional. Okay, and let's open our products page. And here we can pass our search params. We already have the category here, but we are also going to get the sort and search. Let's also fetch them. Okay. We can get this search params because remember, when we change any item here, it changes the search params, or any category, it's here. And later, we are going to implement the search functionality. So we can pass them here. Let's say sort and search. So right now, as you can see, there is no problem. The home page and the products page. This is the newest item. Let's say oldest. As you can see, they have changed price low to high and high to low. The categories are t-shirts. So if I choose here, we can see all the items, but if I change it, we are not going to see any item. Let me actually add some more items. So I'm going to stop the video and add them quickly. Okay, I added some more items using my previous list, this temporary data, and they are here. And now we can see them better. Okay, right now let's take care of the search functionality. Let's open this component. I'll close everything here, open my search component. Firstly, I'm going to turn this into a client component because we are going to be using useState hook. I'll say const value, set value, useState from React. At the beginning, it's going to be an empty string. And whenever we change this input, we are going to update our state. And when we update that, we are going to add here a search params. Remember the previous tutorial, how we are doing this. Firstly, I'm going to import my hooks, search params, use search params hook, and router. They come from Next navigation. And now we can add here our event. And basically, when we write here any text and press enter, we are going to update our URL. So let's say on key down event, we are going to take the event and we are going to check if it's enter or not. To do that, I'm going to be using e.key equals enter. Of course, let's wrap this if statement, just like that. And let's say handle search. And we are going to pass our value here. Of course, when we change the input, we should also update our value. So I will say on change event, and I will say set value is going to be event target. Okay, let's create this function. We are gonna get the value, which is gonna be a string, and update our params. Firstly, let's get our previous params. URL search params, and let's add it here, search params, and we are gonna set a new value. So I will say params dot set. The key will be search, and the value will be the value that we get from the input. And finally, using router, we are gonna change our URL. So I will say push products page and params to string, and as you always do, scroll will be false. I'm passing here quickly because we did this in the previous tutorial. It's exactly the same thing. This is how we are updating our search params, and let's see. Let's try to find this item, for example. I will write pullover. I will enter, and as you can see, it's here. And this is our search params. And it doesn't have to be the exact word. So let's say over, for example, and again, it's here. It has Nike and this one. Let's search for it. Okay, awesome. So right now we can fetch a single product. Let's choose this one. This is our temporary data. Let's change it. I will close here, open my menu, and find my single product page. So let's get rid of this temporary data. I will close this menu, and let's create our fetch function. Const fetch product, async function. We are gonna get the product ID, and let's get the response, await, fetch, and we are gonna pass here our URL, and it's gonna be process.env and product service URL. Since we are using a server component, we don't have to use next public, but anyway, it doesn't matter. And after this URL, I'm gonna add my endpoint products, and we are gonna pass here our product ID. Let's get the data, response.json, and we are gonna return. Let's write our type. It's gonna be product type from our repo, and let's use it here. Const product, await, fetch product, and we are gonna pass here this ID. Let's get this first. Const ID, await, params. Let's do the same thing for the metadata. As you can see, we have the to-do list here. I'm gonna paste it, and of course, here is gonna be promise. And there is an error here. Oh, I imported products type. It's gonna be product type. It's a single item. Let's delete this one. By the way, here is gonna be plural, products and ID. And as you can see, our product is here and all its details. We can change the size and color and quantity and add it to our cart. Let's test. I'm gonna add this to cart. As you can see, 5 items because quantity is 4. And we can see it here. Okay, the total price is here, but we didn't update here. It still shows the amount of the single product. Let's fix this quickly. I'm gonna open my cart page. And let's see if it's here or not. Test. Okay. Let's write here the total amount. I'll say multiply by the item quantity. And of course, this fixed will be after them. So let's wrap them. and to fixed. Okay, it's here. So right now we can fetch all our orders. Let's open our page and let's remember our endpoint, order routes, and if you remember, we have the user orders. We are fetching here our user information, and using the ID, we are fetching all our orders. So let's open our order page. Let's write here async and create our fetch function. I'll say const fetch orders. Of course, to make this request, we need to be a user. That means we are going to send our token. So let's say get token await auth. Let's get our token. I'll say await get token function. Okay, so using this token, we can fetch our orders. Let's say response await. We are going to be using the fetch method and pass here our URL. Process env order service URL and the endpoint user orders. And let's pass our token here using headers. Remember how we are doing this: authorization and the bearer token. Okay, let's get our data and return response.json. Let's use this function here. I'll say const orders and await our function. Let's add our type here. It's going to be order type here, but of course it's going to be a list. We can have multiple orders. And here I will say if there is no order, we are going to return a div and let's say no orders found. And if we have the orders, we are going to show them here. Let's remember what we have here inside the orders. As you can see, we have an array, amount, email, and inside the products, we have the product name, price, quantity. We have the status, user ID, and the order ID. So let's use them. Firstly, I'm going to add here a title. Let's say your orders. Let's give a style quickly. Of course, later I'm going to change the style of this page. But for now, don't waste time. I'm just going to give quick styles. And later I'm going to change them and you'll be able to find this in the GitHub repository. Let's say text to X large. And after I'm going to create a list. And let's map through our orders. Orders.map. And for each order, we are going to return a list item. Let's give our unique key here. It's going to be order ID. Let's add some fields. It's going to be something like a table. So let's give a span. I'll say order ID. And after that, a p tag and pass here order ID. Let's give a style quickly. I will just center my items. And margin bottom will be 4. For each item, we are going to give this space. And for this span, I will say font medium, text will be small, and the text color will be gray. Okay, let's create some more items. Here is going to be the total amount. So I will say order.amount, but remember, Stripe returns with cents. So I'm going to divide this by 100. And here is going to be status, order.status, And what else? We can use the date, the order date. Remember, we have the created at time. But if I use that, it's gonna give an error. We have to transform this into a string. So I will say, if it exists, create a new date, pass it here, and transform this into local date string. And you can give here your location. I'm just gonna give US, and if we don't have any time, it's gonna be just dash. And finally, I want to see my products. So I'm gonna come here, delete the last one, and inside the p tag, let's say order.products, and map for each product, return here the product name. And we can separate all the products using a comma. So I'm gonna use join and pass here a comma. And if we don't have any product, just return dash. Just like that. Let's separate them. Firstly, I'm gonna give here a space. So let's give a margin, let's say 4, and I'm gonna increase the font weight. It's gonna be medium. And for each item here, we can give different sizes. For example, this ID is too long, so we can give a longer size. So for the ID, I'm gonna give my width. For the amount, it's gonna be smaller. It's gonna be exactly the same for the status because it's small. And for the date, it can be bigger. Nothing fancy, but as I said, later I'm gonna update this page and you can find it in the GitHub repository. And I will do the same thing for the return page. Let's open with this session ID. I'm gonna center them and give some style, but it's not the design part, so let's skip this for now. And we finished our client application. Right now we can take care of the admin panel. Let's open our application. Of course, to see this website, we have to be authenticated first. But before, I want to add my type package, because when we fetch the items, we are going to be using our types. Let's come back, close everything here, open our menu. We can close this client and the services, and let's open admin. And in the package.json, I'm gonna add my types. So let's add one more item here. It's gonna be types. I'm gonna save and let's install. Let's open our application, cd admin, pm install. After doing that, let's install Clerk. I'll open my documentation again. Let's remember quickly. I'm gonna open the Next.js documentation. I'll install Clerk Next.js. I'm gonna pass here quickly because we have already done this before. Let's install. After, we are gonna create our middleware. Middleware.ts. Let's paste it. Later, we are gonna change here because if we are not the admin, we shouldn't see any of the pages. They should be protected. But for now, it can stay like that. Let's use the Clerk provider in our layout. Clerk provider. And I'm gonna wrap my entire HTML. Let's import. Okay, it's not coming. From Clerk Next.js. Okay. Let's quickly add our sign-in page. By the way, we didn't add our env variables. Let's create. Inside admin, I'll say .env, and Let's open our client and copy exactly the same things. I can also copy them because we are going to use them. Just like that. For the admin application, we are not going to have any sign up page. So let's get rid of this. We can only sign in. And let's create our page. And after, we are going to make some changes. Inside the app folder, I'm going to create my sign in page and return this component from clerk Next.js. I'm going to save and let's open our application. And let's see our sign in page. Let's enter this, by the way. I'm going to create here a div, wrap my component. I'll say flex item center, justify center, and the h will be screen. Okay, but as you can see, for the sign in page, we still have here the sidebar. We can see all the items, but if we are not logged in, we shouldn't see any of these items and this navbar. This is happening because in our layout, we have the sidebar and the navbar, but for the sign-in page, we should see only this component. So what we should do is, we should separate layouts for the authentication page and for the dashboard pages. All these pages here. To do that, we can use Next.js route groups. So inside the app directory, I'm going to create two groups. So this is going to be authentication group. And the other pages will be the dashboard group. If you use brackets like this, it's not going to be visible on the route page. So we still will be able to see all our pages just like that without writing here dashboard. So let's move them inside this layout. I'm going to choose all my pages instead of this sign-in page and move them into dashboard. I'll also pass my home page and the sign-in page will be in the authentication group. So let's copy this layout and paste inside the dashboard. So we'll be able to see the sidebar and navbar. And in the main layout, let's get rid of everything here. We are just going to have the children. And let's get rid of this flags. And here, something related to our sidebar. Let's get rid of them. And let's change the title, by the way. Ecom admin dashboard. And since we are using the HTML and body here, let's get rid of them inside the dashboard layout. We don't need any of these fonts and this metadata. And I'm going to get rid of this HTML and body. And this provider. And let's create here a div. Remember, we deleted the flags in the body, so we can add it here. Just like that. Let's get rid of all of these unnecessary imports. I'm gonna save. And this global CSS. We are already using this inside the main layout. And now, if I open the sign-in page, we are not gonna see this sidebar and this navbar. And as you can see, it's empty. By the way, there is a semicolon here. Oh, okay, let's fix this. And awesome. And now we can sign in. But remember, we have to be an admin and we have to protect our routes. If we are not authenticated or if the user role is not admin, we shouldn't see any of these pages. To do that, we are going to make some changes in the middleware. Firstly, let's define our public routes, which is going to be only this sign-in page. Everybody can see this page, but the others will be protected. So I will say const is public route. We are going to be using create route matcher from clerk Next.js. And we are going to pass here our public routes. And it's going to be sign in page. And all the pages under this route. And now we can update our middleware here, clerk middleware. I'll say async. We are going to get the authentication and the user request. Firstly, let's check if we are authenticated or not. I will say if the route is not a public route, is public route, and we are going to pass here our request. And if it's not public, I will say await auth.protect. So basically, if we are not authenticated, it's going to redirect us to the sign-in page. We'll not be able to see the other pages. Let's try. I'm going to save. And let's try to see the products page. And as you can see, I cannot. I will try to open the home page. I'm going to enter. And as you can see, it doesn't allow us. It's protected. But also, we should check the user role. Remember how we are doing this. I will say session claims. That comes from the authentication function. We can also get the user ID. If we have the user ID, that means we are authenticated. And let's say if user ID exists and session claims, let's get the user role. Remember, in the session claims, we have the metadata. And inside, we have the role. And of course, by default, it doesn't include this type. Remember how we are handling this. I will just say as our custom type, custom JWT session claims. Let's import this from our types, repo and types. Right now, there is no problem. And now I can use my role. I'm going to create one more condition. And I will say if the user role doesn't equal admin, again, we are going to protect our route. So even if we are authenticated, it's going to check here. If the user role is not admin, again, we'll not be able to see the page. But there is something important here. If I log in, okay, we can see the home page because our user role is admin. Let's change here. I will say user. Let's get rid of the cookies and refresh the page. And right now I'm going to log in again. It's still available because this function makes sure that we are authenticated. Even if the user role is not admin, it allows us to see the page. So instead of this function, we are going to be using response redirect function. So I will say return response.redirect, and I'm going to create a new URL. And let's create a page called unauthorized and pass here request.url. So basically, if we are authenticated, but the user role is not admin, it's going to open this page. Let's create this page. Inside the authentication group, I'm going to create a new file, and it's going to be inside the unauthorized page. And let's say you do not have access. Actually, we can create here an h1 tag. And right under that, let's create a button that we can log out. And when we click this button, we are going to call clerk signout function. So I will say onClick and signout function. Let's import this from clerk. By the way, since we are using an event here, our page should be a client component. And I will say const signout and that comes from use Auth function. We are using this hook because we are using a client component. And let's see. And there is an error. Unauthorized. And of course, to see this page, we should add this to the public route array. So I'm going to create one more. And it's going to be unauthorized. Just like that. So now I cannot see my home page. I'm going to enter. Perfect. And I can sign out. Let's change our role again. Admin. And I'm going to sign in. And perfect. It works. So right now we can fetch our items. So let's fetch products. Instead of this temporary data, we are going to fetch the products from the database. So let's open our page. I'm going to close everything here. Let's close this group. And inside the products folder, I'm going to open my page. Let's get rid of this temporary data. And let's fetch our products. I'll say const response await. We are going to be using the fetch function and pass here our URL. So let's say process env and our URL and the endpoint. Let's get the data. Response.json, of course, await. And we are going to return this data. And by the way, in case of any error, we can use here try catch. Let's move them here. And if there's an error, we can console log and we will return an empty array. So you'll not see any error. Let's get this data. Okay, it's already here, but we are going to change our type. We are using here the product type and it comes from the columns. Let's open it up right here. I'm going to close my menu. And as you can see, we have the type, but instead of this, let me comment this out. We are going to be using our product type. And it comes from repo and types. And now we will have some problems because we made some changes inside our product type. For example, here, we don't have the category. Let's see. Okay. Remember how we are fixing this problem. I'm going to wrap these images and it's going to be as record, string and string. What else? Okay, there is no other problem. Here is going to be view product. And here, the component name is payments page. It's going to be, of course, products page. And I'm going to delete this product type and import my product type from the types package. We also have the products type. It's an array, so we can get rid of here. I'm going to save and let's see. Okay, they all are coming from our database. We can see all the details. We can choose any row here. And later we'll be able to delete products. But for now, let's fetch all our data. And after that, we are going to handle the mutations. Let's open our orders. Okay, it opens the users page. Let's fix it. I'll open my menu. Inside the components and app sidebar. Let's close here, by the way. As you can see, the link is users. Let's say orders. I'm going to click again. Okay, we don't have the orders page. What was the name? Let's remember. Okay, payments. If you want to, you can change it to payments. Or if you want to keep the orders page, you can change the name of this page. It's going to be orders. I'm going to close here. Change the name, orders page. I'm gonna save. And it's here. Okay. In the orders, we have the username, email, status, and the amount. But remember, when we create an order, we don't use the username. Instead, we can use something else. Let's fetch the data first. I'm gonna delete all these items. And again, try catch. If there is an error, console log, and return an empty object. To get all orders, we have to be an admin. That means we are going to need the token. So I will say get token, and that comes from our authentication function, auth from clerk Next.js server. And let's get our token, await get token. Let's make the request, const response await fetch function. We are going to pass our endpoint. Let's remember again. I'm going to close components. Next public order service URL. Of course, process env and orders. Let's get the data. Response.json. And we are going to return this data. And we didn't use token. Let's use headers and inside our authorization token. Just like that. Right now I can delete this type. Again, we are going to be using our package. Let's open columns and close the menu. Let's get rid of here. So instead of payment, we are going to be using our order type. And the same thing here. Order type from repo and types. I'm going to save. And here, instead of this full name, let's use the order ID. Remember, we are using MongoDB, so that's why I'm using underscore. Here is going to be ID. We are going to show the email, status, and amount. Here is going to be underscore ID. Let's make this order, by the way. And let's see. Okay, we have 7 orders, but remember, we are using Stripe price here, so they should be divided by 100. Let's come here and divide. The last ones are $10 because remember, we used the product in the Stripe products and it was $10. And what else do we have? We have the users. Let's fetch them. I will come back, close everything, and open the users page. I'll open the page here and columns here. Close the menu. Let's delete them. And let's change our type. I can remove this type here. And we are going to get the user type from clerk Next.js and server. Let's say type. And again, to fetch all the users, we have to be authenticated. So I'm going to get the get token from authentication function. Of course, await. I'll say token await get token function. And we can make our request right now. I'll say try catch. Console log this error. And here I'll say const response await. Let's paste our endpoint. But of course, we don't have the authentication service. Let's create. I'm going to add one more, 8003. And authentication service. Let's copy this and paste it here. And I will say users. Let's add the process env, by the way. And I'm gonna pass here my header, authorization, and bearer token. Let's get the data and return. And there's an error here. We are gonna fix this later, but before we need to create our authentication service so we can see what exactly clerk returns us. So I'm gonna comment this out and get the type from clerk. I'm gonna save and let's create our service. Let's close here for now. And this admin service and client. And inside the apps, I'm gonna create a folder called Authentication Service. Again, we can use one of these frameworks. Let's use Express. I'm gonna copy this package.json and tsconfig and env file and paste it here. We have the clerk keys, and here, let's say authentication service. Again, we are going to be using index.js. We are going to need clerk express, course express. We don't need this. Kafka can stay because later when we create a new user, we'll be able to send an email. And here we have the TypeScript package, types package, course types, and express types. Okay, I'm going to save, open my console, and let's open our service. I will close this menu. Authentication service. Let's install everything. And during this process, we can create our index file. The source folder, index.ts. Again, we can use this index file here. Let's copy this and paste. We are just going to be using here our admin dashboard, so I can delete this client application. Let's remove this, those routers, and let's get rid of this test and this route, and here is going to be users. And here we are going to pass our router, but we don't have yet. Let's delete here, we don't have the Kafka yet, and change the port number. Authentication service is running on this port number. Okay, let's create our middleware. I will copy this, paste inside my source file, and right now we can use this middleware. Just like that, and let's create our route. Again, I'm going to create a new file. It's going to be inside the routes folder, and let's say user.route.ts. Let's import router from Express, const router, type will be router, and that comes from the router function. Let's create our first endpoint, router.get. Async, we'll get the request, return a response. Of course, no comma here. And now we are going to fetch our users using clerk client. We are going to import that from clerk express, and using that client, we'll be able to get, create, delete, or update users. So inside the source folder, let's create utils and clerk. Let's create our client here. Const clerk client, create clerk client function. As you can see, that comes from clerk express. And inside we are going to pass our secret key. And it's inside our env file, process env, and clerk secret key. Let's export this, export default. and we can use it inside our route. So let's fetch all our users. Await clerk client from utils users get user list here. And let's return this. Response status 200. And we are going to return JSON, and it's going to be the user list. But let's see its type. And as you can see, it's not directly returning the user list. It returns paginated resource response, and it includes the total count. So we can easily use the pagination. So let's change our users page in the admin dashboard. And here I'll say data that equals our user list, but also the total count. And it's going to be a number. And of course, we can return data. It's going to be an empty array, and total count is going to be 0. So we don't have any problem anymore. So let's get back to our user route, and let's use it here. I will say user route, and let's import. I can get rid of this. I will say import user route from routes and user route. Of course, we have to export this. So I will say export default and rather. Okay, we don't have any problem. And right now we can create our other endpoints. For example, we can fetch a single user. So I'm going to add here an ID. So instead of get user list, I'll say get user, and we are going to pass here our ID. Let's get this here. Const ID. It's inside the params. So I'll say request params. Here is going to be user, and we are going to return this user. And again, I'm not using try catch because after Express 5, this error handler automatically catches all these errors. Okay, what else? We can create a user here, because later, using this component, we'll be able to add a new user. So let's say post. Let's get rid of this ID. And here is going to be create user. And we are going to pass the information that comes from the client. So let's say const new user request.body. If I hover over, you can see that it accepts create user params type. So let's add it here. Create user params. Okay, I think we cannot import this like that. So let's create it here. Create params. And we can use this API and we can get the first param. So I will say parameters and pass here type of, and I'm going to pass my function here and get the first item. Right now I can use it here and pass my new user. It basically includes all these user information. We can pass the first name, last name, password, username, and the other details. We can also pass the user metadata, and we can also delete the user. So let's create one more. It's going to be delete. I'm going to pass here ID. Let's get that ID from params. I'm going to delete this body, and here is going to be delete user, and we are going to pass our ID. Okay, our authentication service is ready. So right now we can fetch our data. Let's close everything and open our users page again and the columns. I'm going to close. We fetched our data. Let's say response here. And here is going to be response.data because we are also returning total count. We are going to need the data. I'm gonna save. And right now we are gonna make some changes here. As you can see, there's a problem here because user doesn't have avatar. Let's see what we can use. There's an image URL. Let's use this. And instead of full name, we are gonna be using the first name. But it's not required. It can be undefined. In this case, we are gonna be using user.username. And if it's also undefined, let's use just dash. And instead of full name, we are going to be using first name. And again, if it doesn't exist, we can use exactly the same thing here. So I'm going to copy here and change my table cell. Remember how we are doing this from the previous tutorial. I'm going to select my row. And we are going to return something different. Firstly, I'm going to get my user. That comes from row.original. And I'm going to return a div that includes this information. And what about email? Again, I'm going to create a new cell because remember, inside the user, okay, we cannot see it here. Let's get rid of this and let's see what do we have. As you can see, we cannot use the email directly because it's inside the email addresses array. So we cannot use this directly. That's why I want to create a cell. And here is going to be user.email addresses and the first item and the email address. And for the status, we can use the band status. So I will come here and say const user row.original and const status user.band. So I will say if it's band, I will say band. If not, active. So if it's active, we are going to be using this color. And if it's band, it's going to be this red color. I'm going to save and let's see. Okay, there is no result. Let's open our console. There is something wrong with fetch because our authentication service is not running. Let's terminate here and start them. Let's see if it's running. Okay, authentication service is running. Let's try again. I'm gonna refresh my page. And as you can see, there's a problem here because by default, Next.js doesn't allow us to use any external image URL. So we have to add this URL to our Next.js configuration. So let's come back, open our menu, find the Next.js configuration. And if you remember, for the tutorial, we used paxhouse.com. So I'm gonna add here one more. And here is gonna be image.clerk.com. I will save. And let's refresh. And as you can see, our user is here. We have only one user. And here we have the actions. We can copy the user ID and also if I click here, it's gonna open the single user page. This is our user ID. And right now using this ID, we can fetch a single user. We already have the endpoint. So let's do this quickly. I will come here, close everything. And let's open our single user page. Actually, in the users page, we have the get data function. Let's copy here. And in the single user page, I'm gonna paste it here. Of course, here is gonna be only user. Let's import this function. We can pass here a specific ID. And let's get this. I'll say ID is a string. We are going to pass our token and send our data. If it doesn't exist, let's say null. So I can change here user or null. And let's get our data. It's going to be an async function. Const data, await, get data, and also we need to pass here our ID. Let's use params. Remember, in the Next.js pages, we can use params. And I'm going to write its type. Remember, it's a promise. And it includes an ID, which is a string. Let's fetch this first. I'll say const ID. That comes from our params. I'll say await params. Let's console log this data first. I'll open my console. There's an object here. We can use all this information. Email addresses, the first item, and the email address field. We have the first name, ID, image URL, created at date. So let's use them. I can remove this one. And instead of John Doe, we can combine the first name and last name. I'm going to give here a space and the last name. But as you can see, they are optional. So if they don't exist, we are going to be using the username. And if it doesn't exist, let's say dash. Actually, let's copy here. Because we are going to be using this also here. And for the avatar, I'll say data.image URL. By the way, if it's null, we can return something else. If data equals null, or let's say if it doesn't exist, return user not found. So right now, it doesn't have to be optional. And for this fallback, we can use the first name of the user. So I'm going to paste my data again. I will say use the first name and its first letter, just like that. But if it doesn't exist, do the same thing for the username. And if it doesn't exist, dash. Let's get rid of this one. Okay. And what else? We have here the full name. Let's do exactly the same thing. For the email, we are going to be using our array. Email addresses, the first item, and the email address. If it doesn't exist, use dash. And here, data.phone numbers. Again, it's an array. We are going to get the first phone number. And if it doesn't exist, dash. Instead of address, we can use the user role. In this case, we can use our metadata, data.metadata, and role. And if it doesn't exist, that means it's a normal user. Let's transform this into a string. And instead of city, we can use the status. So I will say, if the user is banned, we are going to write banned. If not, it's going to be active. We can change this date. I'm going to create a new date and pass here data.createdAtTime. And I'm going to transform this into a local date string. Let's save and see. And awesome. What else we can fetch? We fetch the orders, users, the products. On the home page, we have this chart and these cart lists. Let's fetch them. Remember what this chart does. It returns the last 6 months data, and for each month we have the total payments and the successful payments. So we can use our order endpoint and MongoDB aggregation. So I will come back. Let's close them and let's see our order service. Inside the routes we have the order file, and here I'm gonna create one more endpoint. And let's say order chart. I will close this menu. And of course it should be admin. And now we should get the last 6 months orders. But remember, some of the months are 30 days, some of are 31 days, and some of are 28 days. So if you wanted to calculate every day, it will be a lot of work. So we can use a library for that. I will open my console and the order service. And I will say pm at date fns. So basically, we don't have to calculate every single day. We can drag the fetch the last 6 months. So I'm gonna get the current date first. I will say now, create a new date. And let's say 6 months ago. And here we are gonna be using start of month. Okay, I can't import. Oh, because I said data fns, it should be date fns. So let's remove this and add date fns. Right now, as you can see, it's here. I'm gonna import and we are gonna calculate the last 6 months. To do that, we are gonna be using sub months. And I will say from now and 5. So it's gonna subtract this number from now and it's gonna give us the 6 months ago. So using this data, we can fetch our orders. Remember, I'm gonna open the app bar chart. Our chart data should be something like this. The month name, the total number, and the successful number. Let's write it here. And this is what we want to return. To do that, we are going to be using MongoDB aggregate function. Let's say const raw, await the order model and aggregate, and inside match and pass here our condition. We are going to choose the created at date, and this date will be greater than 6 months ago and less than now. So we'll be able to fetch the data from last 6 months. So I will say greater than 6 months ago and less than now. But remember, I will open my order type. That includes all our order details. But what we want to return is the object array that includes this kind of items. So we are going to be using MongoDB group. Let's close here. After this match, we can group our items by year and month. So I will say group. In MongoDB aggregations, every group state should produce a unique identifier. So let's say _ID. And I will get the year of the order using the year operator and pass here our created at date. I will do the same thing for the month. Currently, we are on September 2025. And if I create an order today and call this function, It's gonna return the year 2025, and the month is 9, which is September. And now we can get the total number of the orders. To do that, we are gonna be using sum and 1. What this basically does is, for each document, it adds 1 to the total. So we can see the total number of the orders for each month. And also, we are going to need the successful number. So I'm going to create one more field. It's going to be successful. And again, we are going to be using sum, but we need a condition here. Remember, we have the order status. If the status is success, we are going to increase the number. If not, we are going to keep the current number. So I'm going to be using condition here. And inside, I'll say equal. And inside this array, we can compare our status and its value. So I will say check the status field. And if it's success, return 1. And if not, return 0. Basically, if the order status is successful, this condition is going to return 1. And remember what sum1 does, it increases the number. And if it's not successful, it's going to return 0. So it's not going to affect our total number. Okay. So right now, we can project to decide our output. Remember, we want something like year is going to be 2025. Month, let's say 9. The total number is going to be 100. And the successful number, let's say 72. So this is what we want to return. So after this group, it ends here. And I'm going to be using project. For now, we have the ID, total number, and successful. But I don't want to see the ID. So if I say ID field 0, it's not going to output the ID. We can directly use this total and successful number because this is what we want. So I will say total is going to be 1. Successful is going to be 1. But we also want to see the year and the month. But it's inside the ID field here. So we have to destructure them. So I will say year, and that comes from the ID field and year. And I will do the same thing for the month. So it's going to return this field. And right now, this is what we want. We can also sort the data by year and month. So after this project, I will say sort. And we can sort the data by year and month. It's going to be 1. The month will be 1. 1 basically means ascending. And if you write -1, that means descending. We use here sort because everything should be in order. In our application, it's going to start from 6 months ago. And it's going to go to the current date. And now, using this raw value, we can return the exact response, like the month name, the total number, and successful. Remember, we have here year and month number, so using these items, we are going to get the month name. So let's write our month names here. I'll actually directly copy and paste to not waste time from January to December. And let's create our result. At the beginning, it's going to be an empty array. Results, just like that. Let's give it a type. Actually, we can write it inside our order types. I will say export const order chart type. And that includes the month name, of course, not const, type, total number, and the successful number. Okay, let's use it here. And import. I created a common type because we are also going to use this on our component here. Of course, it's going to be an array. And let's create here a for loop and calculate our month. I'll say for. We are going to start from 5. And it's going to be equal to 0. Basically, we are going to get the data from the last 6 months. So I will say const d. We are going to be using sub months again. And I will say from now and I. So basically, at the beginning, it's going to be 5. And it's going to return the 6 months ago. And after that, it's going to be 4. 5 months ago, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So we'll be able to return data for each month. I'll also get the year of this specific month. Year d.full year. I'm doing that because for the current date, it's September 2025, and 6 months ago is still 2025. But if we are in, let's say, January 2026, for example, the 6 months ago is 2025. So we shouldn't mix the year. And let's get the date 1 month later. d.getMonth plus 1. Okay, right now we can find the exact match. I will say const match. We are going to be using our raw value here. And I will say find for each item inside. I'll say item.year. And it should equal this year. And item.month. And it should be equal to this month. I know it's confusing, but if you think about it, it really makes sense. So I will say results and push. We are going to be using our month names. Of course, let's create here an object. Remember what we want to return. The month name, the total number, and successful number. So I will say month name, month names array, and we are going to fetch our month. And a string. We'll also get the total number. So if we have the exact match, we are going to get its total number. If not, it's going to return 0. And I will do the same thing for successful. And finally, we can return our result. I'll say return reply dot send and results. Okay. As I said, it was a little bit complicated, especially if you don't know MongoDB aggregation. So if you didn't get this part, just watch one more time here and try to calculate this month by yourself. Okay. So let's use this endpoint and fetch our data. I will close here, open my bar chart. And instead of this data, we'll fetch our own data. You can do this here, but remember, this is a client component. So what we can do is we can install a library and fetch our data. But what we are going to do is we are going to fetch data in the parent component, which is the page, not this page, this home page. As you can see, our app bar chart is here, and this is a server component. And we are going to create the fetch function here in the parent component, and inside the child component, we are going to be using the new use hook. Let's create first const order chart data. I will say fetch, And be careful, we are not using here await. We are just creating the fetch function. Let's remember our endpoint, order service URL, and order chart. And of course, to see this data, we have to be an admin. So I will say get token quickly, await auth. In this case, our component should be async, await get token. Let's pass it here. I'm going to create my headers and the bearer token. Okay, right now I'm going to pass this function to my child. Let's actually say data promise. And let's get this prop. And let's write its type. And its type is a promise. And I will pass here order chart type from our package. And now I will say const chart data. And we are going to be using React use. And pass here our promise. Data promise. Of course, it's a list. And did I return JSON or not? Okay, I didn't return. I will say then get the response and send the response.json. Okay. Right now, as you can see, we have 4 orders and 4 of them are successful. But in the orders page, as you realize, we have 7 items. Let's see the reason. Probably for the tests, we didn't add the created at time. I will refresh the page. And as you can see, for the test, we don't have any created at time. This is why it returns only the orders from John Doe. Okay. There is only September, but if you create more items for other months, you can see the chart. Okay, so let's take care of this cart list. I will close them and this users page. And in the components, remember, we have the cart list component. So instead of this data and the latest transactions, let's fetch the data from the database. Here, we can return the latest orders. And here, we can return the latest products. Here we set popular products, but we don't have any field to compare popularity, so we can just fetch 5 items. And here, let's say let products. At the beginning, it's going to be an empty array. Let's write our type. It's going to be products type. It's an array. And let's create one more, and it's going to be orders. And the order type. And again, it should be an array. So let's fetch our data according to this title. So I will say if title equals popular products, we are going to fetch our products. So let's say products equals await. In this case, here is going to be async. We are going to be using fetch process.env. Let's open our env again. And product service URL. I will close this menu. And the endpoint will be products. And remember, we can give any limit. It's going to be 5. And later, if you add something like popular, you can add it here. For now, we don't have, but we can leave it like that. Let's return our response.json. I will say then get the response and return response.json. Okay. And I will say else. In this case, we are going to fetch our orders. So let's say orders. Here is going to be order service. So I can close here. Of course, here is going to be slash products. And here is going to be orders. And again, limit 5. And of course, to fetch orders, we need to be an admin. So I will say headers, authorization, and the bearer token. Let's create our token quickly. Const get token, authentication function, and await. And I will say token equals await get token. Okay. Right now we can change our items here. I will say products. Let's fix here. Remember, we need to use record as record and strings. What else? Price and the name. Let's see. Okay, awesome. 5 items. And what about here? For the orders, we don't have any image. If you want to, you can just add here a placeholder, or if you want to, just get rid of this image. And here is going to be orders. Since we are using MongoDB for the orders, it's going to be _ID. Here is going to be, let's say, user email. Instead of batch, we can use the order status and amount. Let's get rid of here, and it's going to be divided by 100. Just like that. But as you can see, we don't have any limit. So let's open our route, order route here. And for the orders, I'm going to use a limit. And we are going to get this from request query. So I will say const limit request dot query. Let's write our type. It's going to be a number. And we are going to pass it here. As you can see, we have 5 items. But we should see the latest transactions. These are the old ones. So I will say sort. And I will say created at time and -1. So it's going to return the latest items. Just like that. Okay. Right now, we can get rid of those items. Actually, I can just comment them out. And that's all for the fetching, I think. Right now, we can add some data. Let's start with category because it's the easiest. We are just going to have the name, but we also have the category slug. Let's create. I will come back, close here, and let's open add category component. If you remember, we have here the form schema. We are using Auth, by the way. Let's check our Auth version. As you can see, we are using version 3. Let's use the latest version, which is 4.1.9. So let's open our console and the admin service. And I will say pm add Auth, and you can pass here the version that I showed you. So when you watch this video in the future, you can use the exact type, but since it's the latest version for today, I'm going to be using the latest. And also, let's update the React hook form. And let's see the latest version, and you can use 7.62.0. And again, I'm gonna be using the latest for today. Okay. So right now, I can close this console. And let's move this schema to our types package. So I'm gonna open my product type. Remember, we have the category type here. And I'm gonna add category form schema. Let's import Zot. I'll say export const, so we can use it here. If you see an error here, just restart your VS Code. And let's also add here a message. It's gonna be exactly the same. And also, I'm gonna add one more item, and it's gonna be the category Slack. And Slack is required. Right now, we can give our default values here. They are gonna be empty strings. And let's add one more form field here, and it's gonna be our Slack. Enter category Slack. Let's see. I'm gonna refresh the page. Okay, they are here. We can send our data to backend server and create a new category. To do that, we are gonna be using React Query. Let's open the documentation. And let's see how to use it. Firstly, we are going to install our library. I'll copy. Inside the admin, I will say pnpm add 10-stack React Query. And after that, we are going to wrap our application with this provider, so we can use it anywhere we want, and pass here our query client. Let's do that. I'm going to copy here, open my layout. Let's close this terminal. We can use it inside the dashboard layout. Just like that. But there is something important here. To use this provider, our component should be a client component. So instead of doing this here, let's create a new component. I'll say providers. Okay, we already have the providers here because ShadCN uses this. And I'm going to create one more item. And it's going to be query provider. I will say use client. Let's create our component. We'll get a children, which is going to be a React node. React.React node. And right now I can use my provider here. Let's import client provider from 10-stack React Query. Let's create our client. Just like that. And import. Let's pass our children here. And use it in the layout. Let's import from components and providers. Okay. Right now, let's open the documentation, and this is how we are fetching data using React Query, but we are not fetching data, we are sending data. I'm gonna open the mutations. And as you can see, there is a use mutation hook here. Inside, we are gonna pass our mutation function. We are going to make a request to our endpoint, and we can use mutation is pending, is error, and is success. Let's do this and you are going to understand better. I can open my example. Let's close here this menu and layout. I'm going to create my mutation here. Let's import this hook from 10-stack React query. And let's remember our category controller here. And we can add a new category using this function. Basically, we are just going to send the name and slug and send it to our Postgres database. So let's use this endpoint. But of course, to send the data, we have to be an admin. That means we are going to be using our token. So let's say async here, const token, await get token function. Of course, before this, we need to get our function. So I will say get token from use auth hook. I'm using use auth because our component is a client component. Okay, right now we can send our data. I will say const response, await, fetch, process.env, and product service URL, and categories. I will say the method will be a post method. Inside the body, we are going to send our data. So let's get this data here. JSON.stringify and data. And the headers. Firstly, our content type will be application JSON because we are sending a data. And our token. Okay, after this response, let's write a condition. If response is not okay, if there is an error, we'll throw this error, failed to create category. And if everything is okay, we can call on success. And let's console log. Or if you want to, we can use our Fastify library. But we didn't install this on our admin panel. Let's install pnpm add react Fastify. After doing that, let's open our layout, dashboard layout, and add here our task container. And remember, we are adding here our position. By the way, let's import this. From React Fastify. And position will be bottom right. So we are going to see it somewhere here. Okay, let's use it. Post. We are going to send a success message. And our message will be category created. And if there's an error, we'll get the error. And this time, we are going to be using an error message and pass here our error message. Okay. So right now, we can use our mutation here inside our form. I'll say on submit. We are going to be using our React hook form handle submit method because if there is any typing error, we are going to see them before the mutation. And I will say get the data and send it to mutation. Mutate, and we are going to pass our data. There is a problem here. So let's add our type for this data also. I'm just going to copy this and paste it here. Okay. I'm gonna save, and let's see. I'm gonna refresh my page, add category. I will submit, and as you can see, name is required. And if you remember, inside the categories, we have those categories. If I try to add exactly the same category, let's copy here. I'm gonna submit. As you can see, failed to create category because we have exactly the same category. But if I say test from admin and submit, as you can see, category created. Let's check. I'm gonna refresh and it's here. Okay. And when we click this button, we can change its state. So I will say it's gonna be disabled if the mutation is pending. And we can change our class name here. And I will say if it's disabled, reduce the opacity. It's gonna be 50%. And also cursor not allowed. And here I will say if mutation is pending, right here submitting. If not, submit. Just like that. It just took a second, but we can see our text here. Okay. So let's do the same thing for the other pages. Let's create a user. I'm gonna copy here, open my add user page, and paste it here. Let's import them. This time, again, I'm gonna cut this form schema, open my authentication type, and paste my schema. Let's say user form schema. Let's import sort. And if you remember, for the clerk user, we can add a first name. Let's say first name is required. Let's change here. We can also add a last name. Just like that. And I want to add a username also. And remember, inside the clerk user, we have the email address array. So let's change here. I'll say email address z.array. And inside this array, we are going to have some strings, because we can add multiple email addresses. So I'm going to add here my message. Email address is required. And we can get rid of the phone address or city, but we should also add a password. Let's change here. It should be minimum 8 characters. Okay. Let's export this. I'm gonna copy here and paste and import. We can also paste it here. And here is gonna be authentication service, users, and we are gonna pass our data. Let's also give our default values here to prevent any hydration error. I'll say default values, first name, and others. It's gonna be an array. username, and password. Okay, so let's check our form. As you can see, we have the full name. Let's change them. First name. I'm gonna add 2 more. This is gonna be last name. And here is gonna be username. And let's change this email. It's gonna be email addresses. But since we can add multiple addresses, we have to make some changes here. Firstly, let's say email addresses. We can add here a placeholder, email1@gmail.com. We can add a comma. And let's write our onChange event. I will get the event. And using this text, I'm going to separate my email addresses and send it to our email address field. So I will say const emails, event, target, and value. And let's split them using comma. And I can map through this array. And for each email insight, I'm going to be using the trim method. And finally, I'm going to be using filter. So it's going to return our email list, and we can send it to our field. So I will say field.onChange and send our emails. Okay, let's change here quickly. It's going to be password. Enter user password. And we can get rid of them. And again, for the button, we can use exactly the same thing. If it's pending, we are going to change the text and its style. I'm going to save. There is no problem. And let's see, authentication service, users. Our token is here, and let's also change here. Right now we can use our mutation. I will say on submit event, form.handle submit. We are going to get the data and send it to mutation.mutate function. Let's try. I'm going to open my component, submit. As you can see, we have the errors. Let's say test from admin, username, gmail.com, and let's write here some strong password. By the way, we can hide this. So I will say type will be password. Okay, let's add some random text, submit, and successful. Let's open our dashboard, users, and as you can see, test from admin. Okay, awesome. And we can see our user here. Let's close here. Okay, by the way, we can delete our items. If I click this button, again, we are going to run a mutation, but this time we are going to delete our item. To do that, let's open our data table. I'm going to close them. Users and data table. And if you remember, we have here our delete button. So let's create our mutation. Let's open one of my components here and get the mutation to not waste time and this token. and I'm gonna paste it here. Let's import them. We don't need any data. We are just gonna send the IDs. Here is gonna be Authentication service. And remember, the method will be a delete method. And we can pass here our user ID, users and user ID. If you remember the Shadcn tutorial, we can get all our rows using getSelectedRow model. So after this token, I'll say const rows, actually selected rows. We are going to be using our table and getSelectedRow model. We will get all our rows, and remember, we can delete multiple items. So let's create here promise all. I will say selected rows dot map is going to be an async function. For each row, we are going to get the user ID. It's going to be row dot original and ID. To take this ID, we should write our type. So I will say as user. That comes from clerk. And using each ID, we can delete our items. Just like that. And we can pass our IDs here, user ID. We are not sending any body, so we don't need this content type. Let's get rid of here. Import toast. User deleted successfully. It can be multiple, so let's add here s. And let's use this mutation. When we click this button, we are going to call our mutate function. Just like that. And again, it's going to be disabled if it's pending. And also we can change here. If mutation is pending, it's going to be deleting. If it's not, delete users. Let's see, I'm going to refresh my page. Let's choose this one. I'm going to delete. And as you can see, it's successful. Let's see. I'm going to refresh. And it's gone. It works. But there is something important here. After deleting our user, we can still see it here. But if I refresh the page, it's gone. We could do this implementation quickly if we used React Query for the data fetching. Remember, I showed you here. This is how we are fetching data using 10-stack React Query. But since we fetch data directly in the server component, in this page, we cannot directly drop our users after deleting. If you want to, you can fetch the data with React Query and revalidate data after deleting the user. Or if you want to, you can just use rather hook and refresh the page, and it will refetch the data. It's your decision. Let's use it. I'll say const rather use rather hook. If it's successful, rather dot refresh. Let's create a user. Test2. Let's see the users. I'm going to refresh the page and delete. And it's gone. Okay. And what else? We have the products. So we can add a new product. This is going to be a little bit complicated because for each color, we also need to upload an image. So let's come back, close them, and let's open Add Product component. We have some categories here, colors and sizes, and our form schema is here. Let's add it to our type. I'll open my product type. And let's add our schema here. I'll also get the sizes and colors. Before this category, I'm gonna paste, and let's say product form schema. Let me close this menu. Let's also write the message for the string. And here, for the price, we also have the category slug. We'll not have the categories because we are going to fetch them from the database. So let's say string. Paste here our message. And it's going to be minimum 1. And let's do exactly the same thing for the sizes and colors. Let's say at least one size is required. And for the color. And for the images, we are going to do something different. Let's get rid of this enum. I'll say string. Remember, this part will be the color, and this part will be the image path for this color. I'm going to add here a message. Let's say image for each color is required. But I want to write my own rule here using refine. Because when we choose a color, we also have to choose an image for this color. So if it's empty, we can show here an error. And if we select any image, we are not going to see any error. So I will say get the data. And we are going to find the missing images. Remember, we did this before. Let me make this bigger actually. I will say const missing images. We are going to get our form, find the colors inside, and we are going to be using filter. For each color, we are going to check the images, and we are going to check that color. Of course, it should be under our Zot object. This is how we get the data. So I'm going to move it here. And I will say return missing images dot length equals 0. Basically, if we don't have any missing images, it's going to return true. That means we are not going to see any error. But if we do have missing images, we are going to write a message. Image is required for each selected color. And this error message will be for our images field. So I will say path, and it's going to be images. So this is how we can easily manage the errors for each image. Let's get this form schema. I will say export. I can close here, and let's paste them here and import. Let's give our default values. Name. Let's create some more. It's going to be short description, price, category slug. Of course, here is going to be a number. Let's say 0. Sizes. Its type is an array. let's make them empty arrays, colors, and finally images. And it's going to be an object. Okay, right now I want to fetch my categories. To do that, we can use React Query, and you can see how to use it. Basically, we are going to be using use query hook. We are going to pass here the query key and the query function. Let's copy this, paste it here, and let's say categories. Let's pass here our API endpoint, process.env, product service URL, and categories. Actually, we can create the fetch function here. Fetch categories, async function. Let's paste it here. I will say const response, await, and fetch. And if response is not okay, we are going to throw an error, failed to fetch categories. Let's get rid of here, by the way. And if everything is okay, return await response.json. So let's use it here. And let's get our data. Remember, our categories are here. The name will be category select. And instead of this temporary data, let's use data. Of course, if it exists, we are going to show this field. Just like that. Let's give our type from our package. Okay, it says promise any. We are just going to directly return our function here. And here is going to be category.id. The value will be category.select. And here is going to be the name. And here we deleted sizes. Let's open our type again and export them. Colors and sizes. And use them here. Okay, they are here. We can choose our categories. They all come from our database. And now we can take care of the images. If you remember, in the previous tutorial, after the color field, we created a section for the images. For each color, we were showing this input. But if we use it, we will not be able to see the image verification message, because we are not using the images field here. So let's get rid of here. And after the color field, I'm going to create one more field. I will say control, form.control. We are going to pass the name. It's going to be images. In this case, we can see our errors. And I will say render. And inside, we are going to get the field. And we are going to return our form item. Let's write our label using form label. It's going to be images. After that, we are going to create our form control. And now I can create a div and I can show an input for each color. To do that, we are going to watch our colors. And for each color, we are going to add our input. So I will say form.watch. We are going to watch the colors. I will say map. For each color, I'm going to return a div. Since we are using a map, let's give here a unique key, and it's going to be the color itself. Let's give a class name. For each file input, I'm gonna give margin bottom, flex, item center, and gap between each item. Because first we are gonna show our color, our file input, and our message here. Let's create our color. I will say another div, and inside we are gonna add our color circle, just like this one, and the text, color text. So again, let's say flex, item center, and gap between each item. So let's create our circle. It can be self-closed. We are just gonna have here a background color. Firstly, I'm gonna give my size, rounded full, and let's give our background color using style. And it's gonna be our color. And after that, let's write our text using S pen. I will say color, and we can add here a colon. And let's give our class name quickly. Text will be small, font will be medium, and we can give exactly the same size because some of them are longer, some of them are smaller. So I will say minimum width, let's say 80 pixels. And after that, we can create our input. Its type will be a file. We can upload images. So I will say accept only images. We are going to take care of onChange event, but before, let's write our message. So I will say field.value, and we are going to pass here color, which is the first item. This string, we are going to check our color, and if there is an image link, we are going to show image selected. If not, we will show image required. So I will say if it exists, create here a span image selected. Let's change its color, text green, let's say 600, and it's gonna be small. And if not, another span, but it's gonna be an error, image required, and the color will be red. Let's see, I'm gonna click, as you can see, the text, input, and the message. So right now, when we add a new image, we are going to add it to images. So here, I'll say onChange. We'll get the event, but it's going to be an async function because when we choose an image, we are going to upload it and take the link. So let's get the file, event target.files, and we'll get the first file. And I will say, if there is a file, upload the file. Let's create here try catch block. I will console log. And also I'm going to be using toast.error, upload failed. And here, let's upload our file using Cloudinary. I will just open cloudinary.com. If you don't have an account, just create for free. And let's click here, settings. And as you can see, this is my cloud name. So we are going to add this value to environment variables. After doing that, just click upload and create upload preset. Let's give a name. I'm just going to zoom in. It's too small. I'll say e-commerce. It's going to be unsigned. You can give any folder name. Let's say upload and save. Okay, it's too short. Okay, so this is our preset ID and this is our cloud ID. We are going to use them. Let's open our environment variable. And I will say next public Cloudinary cloud name. And it's going to be Lama Dev. Okay. Right now we are going to make a request, but before, let's create a form data because we are going to send this form data to Cloudinary API. So I will say form data, new form data. Let's add our file inside this data. So I will write form data.append, and we are going to pass here our file. I'm going to append one more thing, and it's going to be our upload preset. And remember, the name is e-commerce. Let's make our request. I will say const response, await, fetch request, https, api.cloudinary.com, and the version, and we are going to pass our cloud name. And here is going to be process.env, and next public, what was the name? Cloudinary cloud name. And finally, image and upload. Of course, it's going to be a post method. So I will say method post. And inside the body, we are going to send our form data. Let's get the data. I will say const data equals response.json. Of course, await. And finally, we can get our image link. Let's check first if we have or not. I will say if data secure URL exists, we are going to add it to our image. But remember, we can have multiple images. So if we choose any image for this one, and later if we choose any image for the second one, we shouldn't remove the first one. To do that, let's get the current images. I will say form.getValues and images. If it doesn't exist, it's going to be an empty object. And after, we are going to keep all the current images, but we are going to add a new one. So I will say form.setValue. We are going to set it inside images. And we are going to get all the current images. Let's say images. And the color name will be data.secureURL. Right now, we can create our mutation and send our data. But before, let's check if it works or not. I'm going to choose this image. And as you can see, it's uploaded and image selected. Okay, it works. So now let's open one of our components that we created before. I'm going to copy here and paste for the product. Let's import them. Here is going to be product form schema. We are going to make a request to product service, but here is going to be products. It's going to be post. We are going to send our token. Let's say product and product. And finally, we can use our mutation. Inside the form, on submit event, form.handleSubmit, we are going to get the data and send it to mutation.mutate. And again, we can change our button. If it's pending, it's going to be disabled. Just like that. Let's try. I'm going to refresh my page. Open my component. Let's see the validation first. Okay, it works. Let's give a name. From admin. Let's say product from admin. Short description. Let's give a price. We can select a category, bags. Let's say X large and small. For blue and let's say yellow. For the blue one, I'm going to choose this blue image. Okay, it's uploaded. And for this one, let's choose this orange image. Let's submit. Okay, there's a problem here because it's a number. Let's find our price field. So I will say on change. We are going to get the event, and I will say field.onChange, and we are going to transform this into a number. Event, target, and value. And for the category, when we choose a category, we should also update our field. So inside the select, I will say whenever value changes, run the onChange event. And the value will be field.value. Okay. Let's refresh. Add a product again. I will do the same thing. Choose a category and size. This color. I'm gonna submit. And as you can see, it's successful. Let's open our client application. And again, there is a problem because it's an external image URL. Remember how we are handling this. By the way, let's also add this for the admin panel. I will open my menu. Inside the Next.js configuration, I'm gonna add one more item. And it's gonna be cloudinary.com. Let's do the same thing for the client application. I'm gonna copy here. Next config from client, and let's paste it here. We don't need them. Actually, we might need clerk because we are using our avatar. I'm gonna save and refresh my page. And now we can see our product, its sizes, price, and we have only one color. Okay. We can add it to cart. Okay, awesome. So what else we can do? For example, when we create a new user or when we purchase a product, we can send email to user. To do that, again, we can create a new service, and using Kafka, we can get the information from the producer and consume that message in our email service. Let's come back, close everything, and all our applications here. And I'm gonna create the last one. And it's gonna be email service. Let's initialize our application quickly. Email service pm init. It's gonna be source and index.ts. Type will be module. Okay, we have here the script. Let's change it to dev. For this service, we are not going to be using any framework because we are just going to consume messages. So I will say pm dlx. If we have any env file, we can read that. .env. Let's create quickly. And we are going to watch source index.ts. Let's add our dependencies. Firstly, we are going to need our types. That comes from workspace. And the other one will be Kafka. And inside the dev dependencies, we are going to add our TypeScript configuration. Again, workspace. And let's install them. pm install. Of course, we are also gonna need types node. Of course, pm add and dev dependency. And finally, we can create our source folder and index file. Let's also create our utilities. And for this service, we are going to be using the most popular email library, Node Mailer. Let's open the documentation actually. I'm going to zoom in. Let's make this dark mode. It can be annoying if you are watching this at night. And let's install our library. pm add Node Mailer. And right now, let's see how to use it. For the test purpose, we are going to be using our Gmail account. Of course, if you have any domain account, you can use them. And this is how we initialize our mailer. So let's copy here. Of course, we are going to be using import. Let's import this. Node Mailer from Node Mailer. There is a warning here because we don't have the types. Let's install. pm add dev dependencies and types Node Mailer. And right now, we are going to add our env variables. And refresh token. Okay, I'm going to add here my email, Lama Dev test. And now, using this transporter, we can send emails. So let's create here send mail function. I'll say export const send mail. It's going to be async. We are going to get the email address, the subject, which is the title of the email, and the content of the email. Let's say text. Let's write our types. They all are going to be string. Let me close here, by the way. Let's say const response. Await. We are going to be using our transporter. And we are going to be using send mail function. And inside from, let's give a name, Lama Dev. And next to that, lamadev@gmail.com. Of course, this is going to be your email. And we are going to send it to our user, which is email. Subject will be subject. And the text will be text. You can use them like that. But since we are using exactly the same names, we can leave them like this. And we are ready. Let's actually export default this send mail because we are just going to be using this one. Export default send mail. Okay. And we can console log this response. Actually, let's say message sent. So right now, let's get the client ID, secret, and refresh token from our Google Cloud account. So I'm going to open cloud.google.com. I will open my console. And if you don't have any project, just create one. I already have. Let's use this one. I'm going to click APIs and services. I will zoom in. By the way, let's check if it has dark mode or not. Oh, okay, great. It didn't have before, but they just added. And let's enable APIs and services. And I'm gonna search for Gmail API. Let's close here, by the way, and enable. So let's create credentials. We are using our Gmail account. Save and continue. Application type will be web application. Let's give a name, my client. And for the redirect URI, we are going to be using developers.google.com and Auth playground. This is where we are going to get our refresh token. And let's create. Okay, this is our client ID. Let's copy this and paste it here. Let's get this secret. I will copy this and paste it here. And finally, to get our refresh token, I will visit developers.google.com or Auth playground. And on the right hand side, there is the configuration button. Let's click here and select use your own credentials. And we are going to pass here our secret and client ID. I will close and let's find Gmail. Here, Gmail API and mail.google.com. Let's click here. Choose your account. But if you do that, it's going to give an error because we didn't add here any test account. So inside audience, I will add account Lama Dev test@gmail.com. It's going to be your email address. And let's see. I will continue. And now let's get our refresh token. I'm going to copy this and paste it here. I will save. And let's test in the index file. By the way, here is going to be mailer.ts. I'm going to paste it here so we can export send mail. And in the index file, I'll just create a start function. I'll say async try catch. And here, let's call send mail. And here, let's say await, by the way. And remember, we have the email. Again, I'm going to be using my email address. So I'm going to send a mail to myself. The subject will be test. And the text will be it works. Okay, let's test. I will say start. And now, since we just added a new service, let's rerun our applications. I'm going to terminate here and turbo dev. And message sent. And this is our message and its ID. If you want to, you can list them in your admin dashboard. Let me open my Gmail account. And as you can see, it works. This is the subject, text, and our email. So right now, using Kafka, we can send mails after creating a new user and new order. So let's get rid of here and create our Kafka client. We can do everything here. I'll say Kafka, create Kafka client, but we didn't add our dependency. No, it's here. Kafka client, it should import. Let's do it manually from repo and Kafka. Okay, And remember, we are passing here our service name. Let's say email service. And after that, I'm going to create my consumer. Create consumer from repo Kafka. And we are going to pass here our client and also the group name. Again, email service. Let's connect here. Await consumer.connect. After creating a new user, let's open our authentication service and route. This is where we create user. After creating, we are going to send a message using Kafka. Of course, we should create a producer first. Let's check our package.json. Okay, Kafka is here. Let's open our index file. Actually, we have the utils folder here. Let's create our Kafka file. And again, we'll create Kafka client, and this time it's going to be producer. Let's import, and here, and for the producer, we are not sending any group name, and let's export this producer. And right now we can use it in our index file. Let's scroll down. We have the start function here, and I will say await producer.connect. Let's import this from utils. And right now we can use it in our user route. I will say producer. Let's import .send. Our topic name will be user created. And inside the message, we are going to have the value. And we can send the username, user.username, and the email address. Remember, it's inside email addresses array. We are going to get the first one, email address. And now we can subscribe to this topic in our email service. Remember how we are doing this? Let's actually write it here. I will say await consumer.subscribe, and we are going to pass here our topic name, user.created, and async function. We are going to get the message. And let's destructure the username and email. That's inside the message.value. And now I will say if there is an email, call the sendMail function and pass here the information. Email subject will be welcome to e-commerce application. And the text will be, we can actually use this username. Welcome username. Your account has been created. Now we can test it, but remember, I already have this account. I cannot use it again to create a new one. So what we can do here is, let's comment this out for now. And let's write here console log. Message received. Email and username. Let's open our console, close this menu, and create a new account. Let's say another test at gmail.com and a password. I'm gonna submit. Let's see. And as you can see, message received, another test gmail.com, and the username. So it works. When we use this function, it's gonna send the email. So we can do exactly the same thing for the order created. If you remember, in the order service, we have the order.ts file, and we are creating a new order here. So right now, using producer, we can send a message, and it's gonna be order created. And inside, we are gonna create a value And in the order, remember we have the email, ID, amount, status, products. So let's send the email, order.email. Of course, here is going to be const order. And the amount will be order.amount. And the status will be order.status. Let's subscribe to this topic. So I'm going to create one more. It's going to be order created. We'll get the email, amount, and status. And let's say order has been created. And let's say, hello, your order. I will say amount. Let's pass here our amount and the status. Let's try. I'm gonna open my client application, not test, the home page. This is my account. Let's buy all of them. Of course, we have some random values. Let's get rid of them. Shipping form. Right now we are not testing anymore, so we don't need those values. So let's refresh the page. And I'll say Lama Dev. Any phone number here. And some random texts. I'm gonna continue. Let's add our test numbers, remember. I will pay. As you can see, it's completed. Payment status is paid. Let's see our orders. And it's here. It's successful. We can see all the products. And let's see our Gmail. I don't want to show my mails, so I'm gonna cut here. I didn't receive any email because I realized that we made a major mistake here. This is our Kafka package, and when we create a consumer, we added here a subscribe function. It gets the topic and runs our consumer. But if we send more than one topic, it's gonna rerun the consumer again and again. But if you remember our Kafka tutorial, after creating the consumer, we are subscribing topics using this topics array. So instead of subscribing every single topic one by one, we subscribe to all of them, and we are running our consumer only once, and we check every single topic here. If the payment is successful, do this. If the order is successful, do that, and the others. So now, instead of taking a single topic, let's say topics, and inside this, we are going to get the topic name. It's going to be a string, and the topic handler. So it's going to be this function. And we can get multiple topics, so it's going to be an array. So basically, for each topic, we are going to send the topic name and its handler, and inside we are going to pass our topic names, just like that, inside an array. So I will say topics.map. For each topic, return the topic name. Okay, and finally, we are going to run our consumer once, and we are going to check every single message. So right now, for each message, we are going to check the topic name, and according to this name, we are going to run this handler. So let's say topic config, topics.find. For each topic, we are going to check the name, and it should equal to this topic name. So if we send a message to user created, for example, we are going to find all the user created topics and run their handlers. So I will say if topic config get the value, and if value exists, await topic config dot handler, and we are going to pass our value. So in this case, let's comment them out. We are going to run our subscription only once. So I will say await consumer.subscribe, and we are going to pass here an array. The first one will be user created, let's say topic name, and the topic handler will be this part. Let's copy here. I will say async will get the message, and we are going to return our functions. And I'm going to create one more, and it's going to be order created, and this time we are going to get the data from the message and send our email. Okay, right now I can delete here. I will save. And let's do the same thing for the other services. Inside the order service subscription, I'm going to comment this out. I'll say consumer.subscribe. And inside, we have only one subscription, and it's going to be payment successful. And the topic handler will be this function. Let's get the message first. Just like that. Of course, here is going to be a string. Right now, I can delete here. And finally, inside the payment service, I will do the same thing. Again, we have two subscriptions. Consumer.subscribe, the first topic, and the topic handler. And one more. Product deleted, and our function. Okay, right now let's test again. I'm gonna open my application. How many tabs did I open here? Okay, let's open our cart. This is the product that we have created. Let's continue. And enter our cart details. And pay. Okay, it's successful. Let's check. And as you can see, it's here. Of course, we should divide this by 100 because we are using a Stripe price. But anyway, it works. So I can come back here and divide this by 100. Okay, awesome. So we finished our project. We created 7 services and 6 packages. Of course, you can add more services like analytics service, logging service, or delivering service. But I think you get the idea. You know how to design microservices. And if you have any errors or any bugs, just like this one that we have just fixed, just let me know in the comments. I will try to update the GitHub repository. And that's all. I hope you liked it. If you learned something new today, please like the video. Don't forget to follow Lama Dev's social media accounts. You can support Lama Dev by joining the channel or using the link in the description. I hope I'll see you in the next tutorial. Goodbye.